Unbelievable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And Falco are champions!
Goal! It doesn't get any better than that! This is what the beautiful game is all about. This is, in fact, an excellent prime example of youth soccer, developmental soccer, all for the betterment of this world and of this city, the capital of the world itself, New York City. And two youth soccer leaders of the Big Apple go mano a mano in what should be a scintillating showdown. Even before its official metamorphosis to the Brooklyn Football Club name, this organization in association with Two Bridges FC has been involved in sharpening the talents as well as education of young prospects in its self-named borough. That being said, one cannot deny the influence that South Bronx United, the host of this competition, could have had on its rival this afternoon. And by using the beautiful game itself, South Bronx United, since 2009, has remained at the forefront of beneficially impacting the socio-cultural scene here in New York City, as shown by its 100% high school completion rate from its players, just as an example. So beautiful meaning behind the sport, beautiful use of the sport itself. On an equally beautiful day so far, currently 66 degrees Fahrenheit here in this part of New York. According to weather reports, it feels like 58, but I'd beg to differ. It feels a lot warmer than that, and there's a nice crisp wind blowing to the north. So in other words, against where South Bronx, the team in blue, is lying for now. Winds of 14 miles per hour, gusts of up to 23 miles per hour. It should be a pleasant day. We'll see if the winds have any sort of factor here in this fixture, but for now, it should be a very fine match with some very fine talent. Brooklyn FC will be wearing an all-black uniform. Meanwhile, South Bronx United with blue tops, black shorts, and black socks. The arbitration staff, of course, wearing green tops, black shorts, and black socks. The Brooklyn Football Club goalkeeper, at least the starting goalkeeper, will be wearing a limestone-esque colored top alongside black shorts and black socks. Meanwhile, the opposition goalkeeper from South Bronx United will be wearing a pink top, black shorts, and white socks. We could also go over the full roster in the meanwhile. South Bronx United itself is coached by Andy Jenkins, who is also the director of coaching at SBU. With the number 1 on his back, we could find Alexander Saldaña Vici. Number 2, Hector Hernandez Cuellar. Christopher Nicolas wears the number 3. Jorge Marin Salazar with the number 4. The number 5 belongs to Marlon Maita. Number 6 belongs to Alan Galvez Fuentes. Tafari Gil dons the number 8. Justin Nunez Hernandez wears the number 9. With the number 11 on his back, we could find Jaciel Carrillo. Alberto Torres Cortez wears the number 12. Amadou Diallo wears the number 14. Awal Shamsuddin wears the number 16. Dante Subias Mote would normally wear the number 18, but he's recovering from injury, so he's here today with his team to support them. Matthew Giracocha wears the number 20. Deishar Herrera Guiti wears the number 21. Sekou Sharif wears the number 23. Axel Vasquez Molotla wears the number 99. Robert Arias Cardona wears the number 13. And the number 7 belongs to Cristian Alvarez. As the two teams form their final huddles before the initial whistle here, Brooklyn FC, in the meanwhile, will feature the likes of Josué Calderon with the number 2, James Laracalle with the number 8, Lucas Christ with the number 99 playing in goal as well. Ruth Hawil Lopez de la Cruz was the number 40. The number 16 belongs to Walker Pritchard. Roman Solarski wears the number 57. Justin Sorto with the number 10. Andrea Stanic with the number 41. Leandro Sternberg with the number 11. The number 12 belongs to Jaden Tenesaka. Number 17 belongs to Dmitry Veselovsky. Number 3 to Nathaniel Young. 48 to Alex Kushnir. Liam Sherwood with the number 14. Joffrey Tenesaka as well with the number 4. The number 22 belonging to Dean Issa. David Adaus, who is also a member of that UPSL squad here in Brooklyn FC with the number 42. The number 1 belongs to Wilson Miguel, and the number 47 to Jack Horine. So really, what a way here to open up Group A, a stacked group on paper. And we are expecting that same sort of electricity here in this afternoon bout. Behind the cameras, Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera. And you are watching the 15th annual City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame. As SBU gets the ball rolling, South Bronx United quickly attacking that left flank, trying to find that space instantaneously. It goes over his head partially. The main target man being Justin Nunez Hernandez. Just getting past him, but a good idea by SBU to try to scare that right-hand side of Brooklyn FC. Perhaps not anticipating it right away. Approaching the goalkeeper for that short goal kick is David Adaus. Again, a UPSL member of that Brooklyn FC 2 squad. Amazing what that youngster can do, competing against the likes of New York Renegades FC, as well as other teams that have competed, for example, in the Lamar Hunt US Open Cup. As now Brooklyn Football Club tries to return the favor along the right flank. Brooklyn Football Club still looking for that space, unable to really penetrate that final third for now, as SBU defends solidly. And of course, with the action just starting, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer, as Brooklyn Football Club once more gets the ball rolling from the center midfielder all the way to the right back. Was momentarily at the feet of David Adaus, although it's at the feet of Andrea Stanic. Playing it all the way back to Stanic. In fact, Stanic, a lot of company in his way with Jack Horine, as he tries to switch to play here momentarily from the left-hand side, going for a shot from outside the 18-yard box. The goalkeeper with a rudimentary save. That was Alexander Saldana-Vici, using his gloves for the first time in this match. One official shot attempted, one official shot on target in this game, both of which belonging to Brooklyn FC, who beat the offside trap laid across by SBU, who momentarily halt the offense of the team in black. So Brooklyn Football Club responding well to perhaps that initial pass from SBU along the left wing, already with one registered shot. And let's recall that these are 70-minute matches. So not your typical 90. Regardless, stamina will always come into question, given that some teams will in fact play twice today, and that includes this SBU squad. And speaking of South Bronx United, crossing into enemy territory now, using the outside part of his foot, once more trying to find Nunez Hernandez, but instead it ends up at the feet of the goalkeeper, Lucas Christ. As Adaus in the driver's seat for now, with not a lot of traffic in his own third, marching momentarily into the middle third before lobbing it all the way toward the left wing, Brooklyn Football Club. And that's solid defending from Deschar. It wasn't easy. He had to defend on the back foot, did just enough to not only seize for a moment the ball, but also the inertia for Brooklyn FC. Still, it's Brooklyn Football Club that leads the game so far within these opening 3.5 minutes in possession. The team in black, lobbing it, trying to attack that center half, in fact. Unable to get past him. Nunez Hernandez tussling for the ball, unable to win it fully. At the end, it's Josué Calderon who can launch this one. And he finds an unoccupied midfielder, bouncing off the head of Stanic. Headed backwards, goalkeeper deciding not to exit his own 6-yard box, letting his fullback do the work as he clears it toward the nearest boundary. Throw in for Brooklyn Football Club, who in reality is sporting a U17 squad, according to the words of Max Mansfield. The Brooklyn Brigade unable to get past South Bronx United, although Sharif concedes another throw-in for his squad. So once more, it's Brooklyn Football Club with a throw-in. Not too far away from the penalty area itself. In fact, he launches it toward that aforementioned box before it's cleared away. SBU. Nunez Hernandez. Quick 1-2 using the extremities of the field. It's currently with Jaciel Carrillo. Carrillo. Well, beat by Adaos as well as a teammate there, but SBU recovers the ball. Only for a second or two, but it's just enough to win a throw-in and stop that possession game for now from Brooklyn FC. South Bronx United does have the benefit of being the host in this competition. Could play a psychological factor here as Nunez Hernandez, tussling for the ball, wins the battle, takes a shot, a shotgun cross that just goes wide. Not a bad idea from SBU. A lot of traffic in his way, utilizing his strength simultaneously to not only shove off the defender, but also retain the ball and even open up just enough space to launch it laterally, or diagonally, more accurately, as Brooklyn Football Club once more putting this ball up high into the air. It's Jorge Marin Salazar that heads it away. And now Lucas Christ will likely take the goal kick. More than 6 minutes have gone by, and the scoreline has remained the same, scoreless, 0-0 between South Bronx United and Brooklyn Football Club, who on paper, again, is sporting a U19 squad, but in reality, this is a U17 squad. And when you're able to build young prospects like these that are able to compete against other age groups, notably older age groups, I should say, it is quite impressive what Brooklyn FC has done in its really young history. As it's played toward the left-hand side, at the feet of Christopher Nicolas, bouncing just off the foot of Jaciel Carrillo, and using all the nifty footwork he can, Sherif gains just enough space to pass it back to Marin Salazar. Marin Salazar. From defender to defender, not a lot of space. In fact, it's Brooklyn FC that crunches down that real estate. And it will be a goal kick for Alexander Saldana-Vici. The goalkeeper in bright pink. And speaking of bright, the sun currently emerging from the clouds here in this New York City venue, right next to Icon Stadium, home to some of New York City FC 2's games, in fact, in MLS Next Pro. Goalkeeper launching it toward the halfway line, Adaos. And apparently no foul, says the referee. Complaining for a foul was Sherif. Although we'll see if this is a delayed call or not. Sherif was pushed behind. So it will be a free kick drawn by Sherif, who in fact won't be taking it. A little bit of an awkward moment there. We were waiting for the advantage signal, never came, but it's still good arbitration to see what would have occurred had SBU had possession. Played forward by Iracocha as Brooklyn FC wrestles the ball away. It's Roman Solarski. Solarski finds Kushnir. Kushnir playing it laterally. Played toward the right wing, just a little too ahead of Dean Issa. Not a bad idea at all. Good creativity from the team in black. Just too much pace behind the pass. South Bronx United with a throw-in, and arguably its own third. Could be an awkward spot for the team in blue. Nunez Hernandez, in fact, is able to find a reply, luckily, as Jaciel Carrillo plays it toward Alan Galvez Fuentes. Galvez Fuentes toward the right-hand side. Chasing down the ball, Alvarez. Alvarez with one defender tightly marking him. Now two. Ball poked away. And the favor is returned against Brooklyn FC. However, it will be a throw-in for the de facto away team here. In other words, BKFC. So in the U19 male Royal group, we will find the likes of Brooklyn Football Club, Revolution United FC, and South Bronx United. And let's note that Revolution United will be playing against South Bronx United later here in this transmission, of course, on Game in Frame, as BKFC in enemy territory. Solarski trying to chip it ahead. Too much ambition from the number 57. It allows the SBU number 1 to take control. Saldagnovici rolls it out toward the nearest defender in the form of Deshar Herrera Guiti. Deshar just winning enough space for himself to play back to a center back. A slightly awkward lob, but it does do the job. Grounded clearance, but it could be dangerous here as BKFC relies on Din Issa. Din Issa was surrounded by a sea of blue as South Bronx United once more can restart. Sherif, good vision as he finds Nunez Hernandez. Nunez Hernandez trying to attack the space alongside Jaciel Carrillo. And South Bronx United opts to take the throw-in instead as Jorge Marin Salazar escorts it beyond the touchline. With the ball in his hands is Christopher Nicolas. Nicolas toward Matthew Giracocha. Sherif. Ball just bouncing off his right cleat. Brooklyn Football Club looking to take advantage. BKFC outside the penalty area. Now inside the 18-yard box, inching closer and closer toward the gloves of Alexander Saldagnovici. Basket catch for the goalkeeper in pink as he rolls it out. BKFC stealing back the ball with ease. Back to Giracocha. And just past the foot of Alberto Torres Cortez. Well, it appears that South Bronx United will be relying on a lot of creativity from its number 9 in order to get the offense moving, specifically referring to Nunez Hernandez. Played back, Adaus, Solarski. As nearly every single outfielder of Brooklyn FC is in the opposing half, bouncing off the shoulder of Issa. It's Christopher Nicolas who can steer this ball away, or instead take the throw-in. So far, the wind's feeling gentle for now. Nunez Hernandez, maybe not the initial target, however, bounces off the foot of Jaciel Carrillo. Carrillo dispossessed as Justin Sorto plays it toward the left-hand side. South Bronx United. Carrillo returning the favor. Sherif unable to complete that sliding challenge. Sherif doing everything he can for now in the middle third. Practically playing an N'Golo Kante-like style for now. Everywhere that ball goes, he just happens to be there as well. And it's evident that Sherif will play an important role today as a holding midfielder of sorts. Nunez Hernandez, unable to win the ball, but he does win the throw-in as it bounces off the right shoulder of Josué Calderon. "13 minutes have gone by. Still a scoreless affair. Still technically 2 shots now on target, 2 shots attempted from Brooklyn Football Club. 2 saves from Alexander Saldagnovici. None for now from Christ. As BKFC wins the ball in its own third. Prodding it away momentarily was Christopher Nicolas. Christ, now in the driver's seat, dangerous pass. Maybe he was anticipating more power with his left foot. And fortunately for him, it's not a throw-in for SBU. No punishment for now for the limestone keeper. Which of course symbolizes the architecture itself behind the Brooklyn Bridge. As SBU commits the sin in the opposition's third. So it will be a free kick for Brooklyn FC, drawn by Andreja Stanic. About to reach the quarter-hour mark. Still scoreless. Offside trap implemented by SBU. He's onside. That's Dean Issa inside the penalty area. SBU defending well. Good recovery from Jorge Marin Salazar, using his physicality to his advantage and even drawing the foul. A fantastic solo highlight from the SBU number 4. Hunting down the ball, recovering from that offside trap situation. SBU not too far away from paying dearly for it. But Jorge Marin Salazar once more worth his weight in gold for now, as Brooklyn Football Club retreats to the back line, specifically with Josué Calderon and co. Adaus toward the left-hand side where Joffrey Tenesaka is waiting. Tenesaka back to Adaus. Stanic. A slow build-up game of keep away as Saldana Vici recovers that loose ball. Punted forward from the keeper. Carrillo. That's a clever header, beating two at the same time. Núñez Hernandez now has to buy some space, buy some time. Núñez and Hernandez still inside the penalty area, somehow goes down, claims of a penalty. The referee does in fact point to the penalty spot. So Christ will be needed here for perhaps a save. It would be the first shot attempted from SBU. Núñez Hernandez cleverly winning the foul, let alone the penalty kick itself. And we mentioned earlier how his creativity would be put to the test here. And now it's all down to Jaciel Carrillo to take advantage. Lucas Christ in goal. As Carrillo takes a handful of steps backwards. Carrillo against Christ. Carrillo. Carrillo! Goal! South Bronx United! Carrillo slotting it to his right-hand side. Christ diving the other way. Opting for placement, opting for composure. Carrillo gives SBU the 1-0 advantage versus Brooklyn Football Club. But again, the unofficial hero, or the unsung hero in that circumstance, Núñez Hernandez. Again, drawing the penalty kick in the first place. SBU with the 1-0 advantage. And we are seeing momentarily the fluidity of this formation. Sometimes playing with a false 9. Sometimes playing with an outright striker. It's a very fluid formation. One perhaps that would tease a little bit Pep Guardiola, who is arguably in the hot seat for now with Manchester City. That is in the Premier League, as SBU wins back the ball. Sherif unable to keep it in control. But again, there is Sherif with an omnipresent role of sorts. He is essentially where the ball is. Brooklyn FC looking to take advantage inside the penalty area. A desperate clearance from Christopher Nicolas is just enough. At the feet of Alvarez. Alvarez shoved off the ball. Clean tackle using his force. Kushnir playing it toward the nearest option in the form of Tenesaka, Joffrey Tenesaka, as a sliding challenge from Alberto Torres Cortez gives Brooklyn Football Club its first corner kick of this match. In fact, the first corner kick in this entire bout. As both arms are raised over his head, serving it toward that first post. Saldana might have gotten a glove to it, might have been just enough to deviate that ball. Oh, another curler here! Not a million miles away. Saldana Vici was looking for that top hand save, and Brooklyn FC nearly stuns the de facto home side here. A killer curl. And it wasn't only the technique that produced that, maybe the wind as well. BKFC nearly makes its opponent pay dearly for that loose ball. As Saldana Vici. Good goal kick. Makes its way toward the halfway line, maybe just about 2-3 yards away from it. As once more Sharif, a solid defensive midfielder, still with Brooklyn Football Club. Kushnir goes down, and that's a free kick for Brooklyn Football Club. As a sloppy challenge. And that's a yellow card against SBU. I believe specifically Jorge Marin Salazar, who was earlier seen with some heroics after BKFC had beaten the offside trap of SBU. So South Bronx United must now defend its 1-goal lead against this free kick from, give or take, 23 yards away from goal. So it's a 23-yard free kick, maybe even closer, perhaps 22 to 21. They'll give the striker the benefit of the doubt with the distance. As standing over the ball is Kushnir, who drew the foul in the first place, faces a 4-man wall. Kushnir hitting the barrier. Second chance here for the number 48, taken away by SBU. No direct shot from that opportunity. Hitting the 4 SBU barrier. Good overlapping run. Looking to return the favor is Nunez Hernandez, who was last seen drawing a penalty kick, using the outside part of his foot. Alvarez, unable to take full control, but he still has space, still has time. Alvarez being tightly marked by 2. Alvarez retreats to Sharif. Sharif, right-footed cross toward Nunez Hernandez, just a little too behind. Played out wide once more with Christopher Nicolas. Nicolas, a driven cross toward the hands of Christ. Excellent header by Alvarez. Solid hands from Christ. And maybe it was that penalty kick goal that has somewhat revived the SBU offense. Within the initial 13 minutes or so, it had been a BKFC game in terms of possession, but that sudden switch in momentum has allowed SBU to produce some offensive opportunities, as we had seen just moments ago with an Alvarez header. Scoreline remains the same, 1-0 since that penalty kick goal by Carrillo. BKFC, throw and taken toward the feet of Kushnir. Kushnir. Galvez Fuentes. Sharif, unable to keep it in bounds. Not really his fault. Ball was already trickling past the boundary. And of course, this won't be the only game today here on Game and Frame. Again, South Bronx United returns to action, the U19 squad that we are watching, against Revolution United later tonight. Likewise, South Bronx United FC U17, that squad will be up against Istria SC Blue Angels. And last but certainly not least, Cambria Heights Lions will take on Oakwood SC. As South Bronx United still trying to defend inside the penalty area. BKFC with Dean Issa. Dean Issa going for a volley. Required a little more power, but the fact that he was able to find that space and find that technique in such a tight angle is respectable in its own right. Alvarez. Bouncing off his left foot at the end. Carrillo. Just past Alvarez. Still BKFC using its possession-based style of play. BKFC once more launching it into the final third. Dean Issa using his energy, using his pace, unable to get to the ball. Had it just an ounce less of power, it would have been a throw-in. Although the assistant referee here is signaling that it's in fact a throw-in for Brooklyn Football Club, as we have approached the final 10 minutes in this affair. as Kushnir. Still BKFC with the shot on target. Alexander Saldanyavici parrying it away with one hand. And for now, SBU must be careful, must be attentive when it comes to those curling efforts from Brooklyn Football Club. As walking toward the corner kick spot is Justin Sorto, the number 10 for BKFC today. Played quickly, played backwards in fact, looking for a cross, right-footed toward the far post. Way too much power behind it. Josué Calderon would have been the optimal target, given his stature, but it was well past him. He was properly positioned, just too much power behind the cross. Of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. SBU in the enemy half, taking its time. Ball still in play as Sharif still wrestling for the ball, making sure his presence is known as it goes out of play for a BKFC throw-in. Sorto rushing to the ball, knowing that there's less than 9 minutes left in this first half. And despite the amount of possession we could say that BKFC has had, SBU is the one that leads in the scoreboard. Ball goes out of play once more for a BKFC throw-in. Likewise, Game and Frame is offering all City Showcase tournament participants player highlight recruitment reels to send to college coaches. Game and Frame does make the best player highlight reels nationwide and can work with any footage, including all AI cameras. So scan the QR code likewise to start the process to maximizing your recruitment potential, or email info@gameandframe.com for more information. As Calderon forced to clear it, chasing him down was Alvarez. A somewhat scary moment against Brooklyn Football Club. SBU with two official shots on target, one of those coming from a penalty kick. As the assistant referee has already raised the flag for offside, nobody has realized it for now. Game is still going. Unofficially, this is a signal that has advantage as the lead referee acknowledges the assistant referee's flag. Kushnir back to the fullback on the left-hand side, looking to switch the play, maybe drive it down the center, in fact, but Saldanyavici can control this one with his feet and his gloves as well. Forcing the keeper into a pickup is Walker Pritchard. A sky-high punt from the keeper, off the shoulder of Adaus, demonstrating some flair with his shoulder. Though in doing so, wasn't the most accurate. And I believe we are seeing some personnel changes here, as entering the game is Tafari Gil. BKFC bouncing off the torso of Isa. Isa tightly marking Christopher Nicolas, but Nicolas was able to connect with Carrillo. Carrillo to Sharif. Sharif playing a wider position for now. Normally seen dropping back in the middle, practically a box-to-box midfielder. Saldanyavici scanning the field well, connecting with the head of Christopher Nicolas, who was unable to fully reel it in with his skull, as it will be a throw-in for Brooklyn Football Club. Launched by Calderon, off the body of Marin Salazar, and Saldanyavici once more to collect that loose ball inside his own 18-yard box, rolling it out toward his right back. Playing it toward one of the latest entries in this game, Gil, Tafari Gil. Not a bad idea, just a little too low to the ground. That's some clever touch by Núñez Hernández. A rollover using likewise his outside part of the foot. As Carrillo looking for a second goal, maybe for another goal contribution, in fact, selflessly playing it. Now inside the penalty area. Oh, it's with Alvarez! Goal! 2-0 South Bronx United. Núñez Hernández with a clever flick. It was then Carrillo who played it out wide, and it was a beautiful cross that was able to connect with Alvarez, who placed it likewise near the top corner with a lot of power and precision. Again, Cristian Alvarez gives SBU the 2-0 lead. As we have now approached the final 5 minutes and counting in reality, closer to 4 in this first half. SBU's ability to transition from defense to offense almost instantaneously is admirable, and it's the reason why they have the 2-goal advantage now. In fact, one could argue that SBU is using its weakness, quote unquote, to its advantage, knowing that it won't have a lot of ball time against BKFC. This team in blue has clearly done its homework. And I can only imagine that right now, Coach Andy Jenkins for this U19 squad must be ecstatic, and deservedly so. Everything for now going to plan for SBU. BKFC has a little over 3 minutes to adapt here in this first half, and then another set of 35 minutes to at least equalize. Again, the unofficial group of death, perhaps, in the City Showcase tournament. Oh, that's a giveaway by Saldana Vici. Needed for a save, and it makes its way to the back of the net. Goal! Brooklyn Football Club responds just minutes later, 2-1. The high press was eventually going to work, and it did produce, in fact, a fruitful goal here, 2-1. With just 2.5 minutes left in this first half, give or take. As the team in blue must now reanimate itself. A costly error. Some clever footwork from Tafari Gil. Gil once more in the driver's seat. Left-footed pass, intercepted in the midfield, taken away. Overlapping him is Amadou Diallo. Diallo, left-footed push. Diallo, left-footed dribble. Great sliding challenge. A crunching one by Andreja Stanic. And I'm trying to see what the referee has signaled here. I believe it's a corner kick. Little argument to that. The first corner kick in this match for SBU, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the second set piece in the final third. That's including, of course, the penalty kick. Corner kick here. Tafari Gil is toward the far post. Playing somewhat centrally is Amadou Diallo. Cross toward that first post. No blue jersey was nearby, so now Sharif scanning the field quickly. Sharif looking over his left shoulder, controlling with his right foot. Sharif back into his own half. All the way back to the goalkeeper in pink. Trusted once more with his footwork. As we are within the final minute of play, almost a giveaway there for BKFC. Was looking as to where he should pass. And in doing so, he failed to realize the outstretched foot of the Brooklynite. The Limestone Brownstone Brigade trying to look for another response here. Still 2-1 with just about 20 seconds left until that halftime whistle is blown. In fact, the referee took a peek at his watch. BKFC. Caught in a game of keep away, sliding pass, doing just enough to keep it away from Dinisa. Back to Diallo. Amadou Diallo gets the final touch, and after the first 35-minute period, the scoreboard reads South Bronx United 2, Brooklyn Football Club 1. Stay with us as we show the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and of course, the second half. This is the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards, so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer, and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
as the young gladiators once more emerge onto the field. It's SBU with a 2-1 advantage. The first 2 goals, of course, scored by South Bronx United. First via a penalty drawn by Nunez Hernandez, buried by Carriel. And the second goal was scored by Alvarez after he received a very clever cross as he finished it nearly on his first touch. However, just 2 minutes left into the first half, it was Brooklyn FC that capitalized on a goalkeeping error from a missed pass. And from there, Brooklyn FC is hoping that that inertia carries over into the second half. So, of course, when we think about the keys to the game here, one thing screams out loud for SBU, and it's happened a couple of times in its own half, and it's the matter of committing errors. Not necessarily fouls, as Sharif drops the shoulder cleverly. It's more of just miscues in terms of passing, in terms of timing. Small nitpicks, perhaps comparatively, but eventually when those small nitpicks start building up upon one another, you're starting to build a brick house of trouble. And BKFC took advantage of it once. SBU was hoping not to commit it a second time, so concentration and the avoidance of errors will be that. As the goalkeeper with rock solid hands, likewise, there's a goalkeeping change, one that we'll address shortly. And for BKFC, it's to start taking more chances, because in terms of possession, this team has been second to none, especially in the New York City youth soccer scene, as a blue jersey does go down. That blue jersey belonging to the number 13 of this team, Robert Arias Cardona. As Sharif, the taker of this set piece. Sharif. Quick passes along the left flank. Cleared away by Roman Solarski. Still, SBU along that left-hand side, trying to play it centrally with the number 9, now Nunez Hernandez! Very close! Very, very close. Nunez Hernandez finding the space intelligently, using his left foot to try to curl it toward that first post, toward the near post. It was perhaps just a centimeter away. Any closer and it would have banged off the post and in. Intercepted by Sharif. Oh, Sharif looking for a half spin, unable to complete the half roulette. He had a blue jersey nearby to help him out, specifically from Arias Cardona, as playing it back is Deschar Herrera Guiti. Matthew Giracocha toward the left-hand side. Hector Fernandez Cuellar, I believe. Given away. Brooklyn FC looking to punish that side. Still BKFC feinting the first cross, playing it back with Solarski. Solarski lining up the shot, hits a blue wall instead in the form of Jorge Marin Salazar. So throw in for now for BKFC in the opposition's third. No early goal for now. Only 3 minutes have gone by in this second half. Given away. Carrillo with the final touch before it crosses the boundary. Played back. Adaus toward the nearest teammate. Back to Adaus. The young talent stopped by Sharif. Well, it takes something special to beat something special. Sharif, defensively, has had an all-star performance so far when you are really scanning as to what he's doing. A box-to-box midfielder. And let's recall that Adaus likewise plays with the UPSL squad. His experience may be needed here. Carrillo going for a long, long, long shot. In fact, that was Robert Arias Cardona trying to stun the goalkeeper. I don't believe the netminder got a glove to it. The referee signals for a goal kick. It's gotten a little bit cooler here in terms of weather in this part of New York City. I think that's due to the sun being blocked out by the clouds. It felt much warmer earlier. For now, it's still the same 66 degrees Fahrenheit. It feels just a touch chillier at 57 according to these reports. The winds, however, have remained almost the same, 14 miles per hour, gusts of up to 24. As there's a BKFC player down on the ground. BKFC not trying to stall that momentum in the opposition's third. And with the final touch, Marin Salazar doing just enough to halt his opponent, Liam Sherwood. As the referee blows the whistle to pause the game, the BKFC player still down on the ground, and hopefully it's nothing dire. And now the training staff has been asked to look at that young talent. I believe he had collided with Robert Arias Cardona. And in doing so, the two players had gone down. The referee whistled no foul against either team. With some help from teammates, back on his own 2 feet, albeit with a limp. And hopefully it's nothing more than just a temporary knock, as one often receives in this sport. As he slowly marches off. In the meanwhile, of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As the player on the sideline, still on the ground, and hopefully we could see more of him later, as that's a long ball played by Robert Arias Cardona. A quick flick over to his number 9, Nunez Hernandez. Nunez Hernandez almost evaded the black shirt, but the Brooklynites keep their cool, specifically with James Laracalle. Back to Arias Cardona. Arias Cardona drawing the foul. Very evident, clipped from behind. As the assistant referee. Oh, so this free kick will in fact be taken all the way back. Instead of a free kick drawn by SBU in the opposition's third, it's a belated offside call that finally gets recognized and is now in fact instituted with this free kick just about 5 yards away from the halfway line itself. Maybe closer now that it's rolling. Let's say 1.5. A very belated call. Some say better late than never. Oh, as that player goes down. Strong use of the shoulder against Hector Fernandez Cuellar, excuse me. As SBU tries to halt this counterattack by Isa. Isa wrestling for the ball and in fact winning it. Deishar Herrera Guiti. Arias Cardona, that ball's still in play, or so one would think. According to the assistant referee, it had crossed 100% beyond the touchline. BKFC wasting no time with that throw-in. Sherif back to the netminder, playing it with his left foot, trying to lob it, bouncing off perhaps the outstretched arm of a Brooklynite, the referee. Not agreeing with that observation for now, as BKFC now approaching the enemy third, crossing it. And that ball goes out of play. It will be a corner kick, the first in this half for BKFC, and as well for any team in this second half. So this should be a left-footed service. Currently unmarked on the edge of the box is Kushnir. Kushnir, in fact, going over his head. Isa nearly made contact with the number 8, Laracalle. A lot of traffic in the way. Back with BKFC with the number 11, Leandro Sternberg. Sternberg using the right foot, pushing it with the left. Goalkeeper halting with his gloves as he's now forced into collapsing on the ball. Trying to burn some nanoseconds. It wasn't too much time, I should say. Punted by the keeper. and it trickles out of play. BKFC undoubtedly has led this game in terms of possession, but in terms of the scoreboard, it still has been an SBU game since around the quarter hour mark, as Núñez Hernandez draws the foul. So it's a free kick from, give or take, 35 yards from goal. And you have to be a little outrageous to place this one on target, so naturally he'll be looking for a crossing option. And most likely it will be Tafari Gil, closely marked by 2 black jerseys, not just one. Sherif. It was an edge-of-the-box cross. Never made its way, however. Arias Cardona goes down, draws yet another free kick for SBU. South Bronx United, laterally in the same spot, as there will be a substitution here. Off goes Matthew Giracocha, as coming into this game is Alberto Torres Cortez, the number 12. As Sherif stands over the ball alongside Robert Arias Cardona. It's Sherif who crosses it toward Gil. SBU, oh, he's offside, he doesn't realize it. We did talk about Gil being the target man in those sorts of situations. And that's a good eye to detail from the assistant referee, from in his decision, as Adaus plays the free kick short, more or less, as Joffrey Tenesaka. Joffrey, toward Calle. Back to Kushnir for a moment, threatening that right flank shove from the back. Referee deems it legal, as Núñez Hernandez was offside. He was trying to tiptoe his way back. You could see it perhaps on the replay. He was aware of the fact that he was offside, but it was just too late in terms of reaction. Speaking of reaction, not quick enough to outstretch that right foot to control it, as it was a giveaway for BKFC. Adaus to Isa. Isa controlling with the right foot, poked away, as it ricochets off the arm of an SBU player. So Brooklyn Football Club will now have a free kick from perhaps 47 yards or so. For now, they look to crowd that penalty area. In fact, 3 black jerseys surrounding that ball. Still a loose one inside the penalty area before it's steered away by the shoulder of Jorge Marin Salazar. And it goes out for a goal kick. Scoreline still remaining the same, 2-1. Winds building up here. We're starting to feel the 24-mile-per-hour gusts. And suddenly, I'm very glad that I didn't wear a polo today, but instead a quarter zip. I had a feeling this would happen. As Núñez Hernandez had the ball for a moment, stripped away. BKFC using speed alongside possession to complement one another, crossing it toward that second post, headed away by Hector Fernandez Cuellar. And more substitutions here for BKFC, specifically a duo of sorts. As we'll confirm soon who enters and who has left. One of those players leaving will be Justin Sorto. Nathaniel Young enters the game. SBU is Sherif, who gets the tackle in, a successful one. Sherif draws the throw-in inside his own third. Again, I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall, and you are watching the City Showcase Tournament on Game and Frame. SBU, he's onside, Now attacking that right flank, making a lot of space for himself, looking for options. It's Jaciel Carrillo. Carrillo already has 1 goal to his name. Núñez Hernandez trying to return the favor inside the 18-yard box. He won't be drawing a penalty this time. Referee waves it away quickly. BKFC, nifty footwork, nifty back pass by Kushnir. Kushnir, now along the left flank it goes. Brooklyn Football Club to give SBU a taste of its own medicine. Quickly crossed. It connects with the black jersey. Still inside the 18-yard box, cleared away by South Bronx United. An uncomfortable moment for the host of this competition, as BKFC is perhaps not too far away from breaking down that blue mural. Bouncing off the foot of Gil. Kushnir switching the play, trusting Joffrey Tenesaka. Gil once more interfering with that cross. He's onside. Núñez Hernandez using his pace. Adaus telling his goalkeeper to rush out. And the goalkeeper doing the right thing, shielding it away. Oh, it's taken away. Núñez Hernandez inside the penalty area. Adaus closing the angle. Núñez Hernandez, goal! South Bronx United, 3-1. Núñez Hernandez with a never give up mentality, taking it away from the goalkeeper, practically pressing him off the ball, and in doing so, just merely had to steer it in despite Adaus's presence. It is 3-1 for the host of this competition, South Bronx United. Once more with a 2-goal upper hand. An admirable effort by Núñez Hernandez, forcing the goalkeeper into an uncomfortable spot. In fact, both goalkeepers have arguably conceded goals from those sorts of situations. So this has been arguably a masterclass in high pressing for both teams today, as feinting the pass is Awal Shamsuddin, the number 16. Beautiful pass along the left wing, looking for a 3-goal advantage, ricocheting off a black jersey, still inside the penalty area. Here comes 4. No, denied for now. Goalkeeper maybe kept busy here. Oh, it's 4! Goal! South Bronx United once more capitalizing on chaos. 4-1. Disrupting the order of that back line. SBU gives BKFC a taste of its own medicine, chiseling away quickly before sledgehammering it home. It's 4-1. We got to talk about that beautiful pass from Shamsuddin, who found his left winger in the first place. So 2 blink it and you miss it goals in less than a span of 2 minutes, if not 1 minute. 2 bang-bang plays, in other words, as BKFC finds itself in a 3-goal hole. And Sharif, well, not playing his normal deep-lying midfielder role. Still, scoreline 4-1, Shamsuddin looking for space. It's Diallo, cut down by the back line of Brooklyn, who again has a 3-goal deficit to surmount. Nothing impossible, but time is of the essence, as there's just a little over 18 minutes, well, now 17. Or I should say a little less, given my math. Gil might have gotten the penultimate touch, doing just enough as Arias Cardona. Great tackle, great job keeping it a play, as James Laracalle likewise wins the set piece. A good piece of defending. South Bronx United, with a promising start to this tournament. Ball kept in bounds by Arias Cardona. Left-footed pass. Well, the ambition pays off here as Diallo, with a dummy pass to himself essentially, almost makes it work out. Diallo chasing it down. Chasing alongside him is Roman Solarski, as that ball exits the field of play, it should be a goal kick. So 4-1 is the scoreline. If you just tuned in about now, approximately 5 minutes ago or so, SBU found the first of 2 goals here in the second half. The first one scored by Núñez Hernandez. The second one caused by chaos inside the Brooklyn FC penalty area, as Sherif likewise looking to disrupt the order once more. Oh, he's offside. I imagine by no more than half a body as the 2 players collide. No malintent whatsoever. Goalkeeper doing his job. Diallo likewise doing his job as a striker. As the goalkeeper does make sure that his opponent is all right. Same for the SBU teammate. Offside by perhaps just a body, as Diallo still down on the ground. And I must emphasize, there was no malintent, as the training staff looks at Diallo, in fact. Brooklyn FC still looking for a response in this second half. They closed the first half promisingly, cutting down that 2-0 lead from SBU to a 2-1-1. As Diallo, on his own accord, walks off the field with the training staff, making sure he's fit to continue. Brooklyn FC playing that free kick from the offside call, somewhat laterally. Playing it out of the backfield for now, as Dmitry Veselovsky likewise gets a touch. Veselovsky alongside Nathaniel Young, occupying the neutral third for now, alongside Alex Kushnir. Brooklyn FC sporting a 4-3-3 formation. Much more rigid, I should say, has been Brooklyn FC's formation than that of SBU. SBU has occasionally swapped from a 4-5-1 to a 4-3-3, and sometimes even a 5-3-2 or 5-2-3. As in fact, we're seeing it right here. Backline of 3, 5 midfielders approximately with one another, sporting a 3-5-2 of sorts. As it's played toward the left wing, looking for the 5th goal, as he makes his way inside the 18-yard box, going for a shot toward the near post, bouncing off the goalkeeper's knees, and he collapses on the ball to recover that loose ball. Goalkeeper doing a good job of recuperating the ricochet, just soaring over the head of the blue jersey. Nifty use of the heel as well, as BKFC nearly made its way past the back line of South Bronx United. Goalkeeper very calm in his pass, left-footed, toward the left-hand side as well. Awal Shamsuddin using his pace, testing Adaus using his strength and speed to win back that ball. The Sphere currently in possession of South Bronx United, specifically at the feet of the goalkeeper, just outside his 18-yard box, playing it down the middle. A risky pass from the netminder. Arias Cardona hopping over a tackle, as Fernandez Cuellar playing it over to his number 7, Alvarez. Already has 1 goal. Alvarez! That's 5! Alvarez with his 2nd goal in this match. Fernandez Cuellar with the assist. They look so calm. South Bronx United with now a 4-goal lead. It's 5-1. 3 goals here in this second half. And it's practically been an electric performance that symbolizes velocity from South Bronx United. It almost appears that SBU has a response to everything with counterattacks. One can argue that all 5 goals have resulted from counters. The first goal came as a result of a penalty kick, but it was drawn by Núñez Hernández, who suddenly shifted the inertia in favor of his team. The second goal, likewise, to make it 2-1, came from a cross toward Alvarez. The third goal was scored by Núñez Hernández, as Alvarez, in fact, took a hefty tackle. Maybe landed awkwardly on his arm, but he's quick to get back up on his own 2 feet. A good sign of resistance from the SBU number 7. Likewise, the fourth goal came as a surprising response against BKFC, as the substitute has his pass intercepted. It was Dmitry Veselovsky who is trying to filter that pass past the back line, as Arias Cardona almost connects with his target. Arias Cardona. Now we're seeing the low press side, and we're seeing a 4-4-2 formation. And scratch that, we could see a 4-5-1 here, in fact. Well, I must say, Coach Andy Jenkins has done a solid job here, as BKFC looking for a response, looking to make it 5-2. Looking to cut down that lead! Top hand save off the crossbar! That's first class! A soaring rescue from the goalkeeper to uphold this 5-1 lead. Wow. Again, first class. BKFC denied a worldie thanks to some spectacular goalkeeping. And it has been a while since we've seen the SBU keeper get his gloves dirty, as Arias Cardona draws the foul after some clever dribbling, and his opponent receives a yellow card. It's Leandro Sternberg who goes down in the books. Well, it appears that SBU has in fact taken to heart the keys to the game here in the second half. I can't recall an error that I've seen so far in the second half from SBU. As Shamsuddin is shoved off the ball, clean tackle. Nathaniel Young played it back to Adaus toward the other center back, Joffrey Tenesaka. The wind's building up here, and suddenly I'm afraid that the spectators here will have to bring their gloves. And again, this is with a little bit of sun blocked out by clouds. I can only imagine in the evening how chilly it could get, as we are within the final 7.5 minutes. Alvarez, who's 1 goal away from a hat trick, to Fernandez Cuellar. Fernandez Cuellar playing it down the middle. It was a good idea at the end, but Alan Galvez Fuentes decelerated as soon as that ball was making its way past the back line of 4. And if you don't believe me about how strong the winds are, just take a look at that corner kick flag. As South Bronx United has its first corner kick, I believe, in quite a long while in the second half. Right-footed toward that first post, was never going to scare Christ and Co. Crossed once more, and that one well wide. Not enough finesse behind it. Goal kick for Brooklyn Football Club that's looking for a silver lining. And of course, throughout this weekend, you could expect more matches here in the City Showcase tournament. In fact, South Bronx United faces Istria Blue Angels right after this match. Likewise, Revolution United takes on this same SBU squad around 5:50. And Cambria Heights Lions takes on Oakwood Soccer Club in a 7:15 bout. Tomorrow, Revolution United, once more, back in the driver's seat against SBU. Cambria Heights Lions against Oakwood Soccer Club once more. And they face for a third time Cambria and Oakwood, according to the schedule here, on that same Saturday schedule. And lastly, on Sunday, as Alvarez controls the pass with his chest. Pardon. South Bronx United will face Vistula. South Bronx United as well will face Revolution United. SBU will also take on Triborough, and Asphalt Green takes on Gachi. As the player goes down, hard to argue against that foul. All these matches, of course, will be broadcast exclusively here on Game and Frame as we are within the final 5 minutes. 5 minutes for Brooklyn FC to cut down that lead, maybe generate what could be one of the greatest comebacks in youth soccer history. I mean, when you think about it, nothing's impossible. Aston Villa nearly stunned Paris Saint-Germain in the UEFA Champions League this week as it's a driven cross cleared away by SBU. Oh, that's a long shot that goes way above the bar. By the same token, we could also look at Borussia Dortmund versus FC Barcelona. And the first leg that Barcelona had dominated, Borussia Dortmund, actually did give the Blaugrana quite a scare with a 3-1 result in Germany, giving Barcelona, in fact, its first loss of the 2025 calendar year. As Adaus brings it down with his right foot, played forward, given away at the end. It's Alvarez receiving the pass. Alvarez has one defender marking him tightly. Played out toward the left wing. SBU looking to punish the side for a 6th time. SBU, as he escapes one challenge, the ball likewise escapes himself. It will be a goal kick for BKFC. We are within the final 3 minutes and 15 seconds about in this match, assuming there is no room for stoppage time, as SBU can merely burn out the clock, but instead Robert Arias Cardona trying to put on a show. Played forward, Fernandez Cuellar evades a couple of challenges, not the third. The fullback doing his job. The same could be said for Dmitry Veselovsky, who prodded it away with his left foot. Deschar Herrera Guiti on throw-in duty. Robert Arias Cardona, who has been a much-said name in the second half, putting on an exhibition. That ball rolling out of bounds, according to the assistant referee, fully. I'm not sure about that. I think only a sliver of that ball had crossed the touchline. Regardless, BKFC has itself a throw-in and has itself a handful of minutes for a sort of silver lining. South Bronx United defending its own half. Dimitri as Veselovsky plays it toward the right-hand side. Left-footed pass, trying to lob it over Guiti, or Herrera Guiti, I should say. It's going to be quite tough to get it past the head of Deschar. Even in terms of stature, he's quite a figure. That's not even talking about his athleticism, as he's displayed here in this match with the back line. That's only conceded one for now. And it came as a result of an error, as Veselovsky very clearly draws the foul. Number 17, a substitute in the second half, Dmitry Veselovsky, producing for his side a free kick from give or take 39 to 40 yards away from goal, maybe farther back. We could scratch that to 41, as we are within the final 65 seconds before the completion of regulation time. So we could call this perhaps a 39-yarder, as he faces a 3-man wall, not too far away from the mark, in fact. Did force the goalkeeper into a hop. A respectable free kick from Brooklyn Football Club. And at the end, again, this is technically a U17 squad sported by BKFC, and if they're able to go somewhat toe-to-toe against a U19 squad, despite that age gap, then it does go to show that there's something promising brewing in this Brooklynite Academy, in this Brooklynite organization. As Christ catapults it toward the right back, who tries to squeeze his way past Nicolas, I believe. Played back. Controlling with the outside part of his right foot. Being tightly marked by Jaren Tenesaka. And that will be the final touch of the ball. The referee does, in fact, blow the full-time whistle. 5-1 is your final scoreline here for Game 1 in the City Showcase Tournament bout right here on Game in Frame. And for now, snatching the spoil of 3 points is South Bronx United. Again, a game that demonstrated a masterclass in countering from SBU's end. And in fact, an impressive performance in terms of possession from Brooklyn Football Club. But at the end, just like how rock beats scissors in a game of rock, paper, scissors, it was the counterattacks that was able to give SBU that 5-1 advantage over the possession style of play from BKFC. 2 respectable performances, but it's SBU that once again emerges victorious. However, don't go anywhere, as of course we will have Game 2 of today's City Showcase Tournament fixture right here on Game in Frame. So, in the meanwhile, I have been Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall. Again, stay tuned for the extra matches. You are watching the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable! Save! And Spark are champions!
It doesn't get any better than that. From its 1959 inception onward, Istria Sport Club has proudly represented the Astoria neighborhood of the Empire City. Considering that its thumb is virtually in every tri-state area soccer pie, Istria SC, per its words, consistently use this sport as a catalyst for positive change that ultimately gives back to its queen's home. South Bronx United, likewise, is known as an influential Laureus World Sports Award-winning force that helps the members of its tight-knit community overcome social barriers. Now, with both teams having played their respective matches earlier per the schedule online, stamina comes into question here in this battle for the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge. It will be Istria Sports Club wearing white tops, blue shorts, and blue socks. Meanwhile, South Bronx United wearing blue tops, black shorts, and black socks. The South Bronx United goalkeeper wearing a sky blue and navy top along with black shorts and black socks. Meanwhile, the quote-unquote away side keeper of Istria wearing a neon green top, black shorts, and black socks. Behind the cameras, Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, as the referee approves everything here. And you are watching the 15th annual City Showcase Tournament on Game and Frame, this match between Istria SC and South Bronx United. As South Bronx United, once more using that left flank, playing it quickly toward Ricardo Mera Sanchez, wrestling for the ball likewise, Kevin Flores Garnello. And in the meanwhile, as both teams build up their play in their respective orders, South Bronx United will feature the likes of Maestro Diop, Jimmy Luna Avila, Daule Peralta Vasquez, Matthew Orozco, Siri Drame, Renzo Lau, Joel Levia Chique, Joel Bautista, Jibril Diop, Ricardo Mera Sanchez, Aquiles Galindo Cortés, Kevin Flores Garnello, Liam Lara, Sebastian Cortés as Istria, likewise on the left wing, trying to return the favor, and an early lead is denied by Jibril Diop. So after Sebastian Cortés, Patinde Nikieme, Salisu Awal, Yusopa Fati, Christopher Brado Espinosa, Jose Casanas Castro, Jair Titla Garcia, Robert Arias Cardona returns, and Brandon Chavero alongside Jesus Gonzalez Lovera complete the squad. As SBU survives for now the first spell of Istria possession. Still, SBU keeping the ball alive. That ball seemed dead upon arrival. Somehow, SBU attacking the penalty area. It just gets past the winger. Now currently at the feet of Drame. Drame taking a shot. Whoa! What a save off the crossbar. Rebound. Goalkeeper does just enough to parry it away. drawing the foul at the same time. Excellent work from Quiroga. He had to deal with an uncomfortable knuckleball, and he remained firm inside his own 18-yard box, let alone on his goal line. As Istria survives the first onslaught, the first shot attempted and the first shot on target, both of which coming from SBU. Counterattack is on, past the back line. He trickles past them, filtering himself, trying to squeeze his way, finds an option, playing it back toward Rojas. Rojas now retreating with Kovac. Also, pardon me, Casañas is what I had meant to say earlier, not Casanas. Casañas. As two-step overs are followed up with some right-footed dribbling. Playing it back. As Mera Sanchez. Likewise has Kevin Flores Garnelo helping him out. Kevin. Finding a blue jersey, he goes down, looking for a foul just outside the 18-yard box. Referee not abiding to it as Salisu Awal asks for the pass. Jibril Diop unable to beat the back line, and goalkeeper for now, who already has one astounding save. South Bronx United keeping the ball live, and here in this fixture, of course, as we like to talk about weather, currently 65 degrees Fahrenheit. According to the weather reports here, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, feels like 56. Winds of 14 miles per hour, gusts of up to 24. Not much has changed since the second half of game one. Though that being said, I have an eerie feeling, a suspicion that it'll only get colder despite the initially warm start to this day, let alone tournament. As there's an offside call against Istria SC. Meanwhile, for Istria SC, John Quiroga, Mateo Kikasola, Alexander Rojas, Joseph Benson, Michael Maniscalco IV, Landon Wretch, as, he could be needed here, in fact, the goalkeeper. Able to recover that loose ball. No problem for the neon green goalkeeper Quiroga. And that's an excellent punt as well. Well, that could be a factor in this game, how Istria's netminder can not only stop shots, but apparently generate counterattacks here for the Astorian players. Continuing with the roster itself, Landon Wretch, as well as Matija Kovac, a member of this team, as there is an Istria player down on the ground, getting the wind knocked right out of him. A very painful circumstance that shouldn't result in anything more serious, but when you get that sensation, it is a painful one for the approximate 2 minutes afterward. Nicolas Sotomayor is a part of the squad. Giancarlo Rubino, alongside Emin Kurtovic, Christian Groszki, Gianluca Glavic, Arman Adilovic, Edwin Gacevich, Matthew Chiberinsky, Santiago Salvador Mendoza, Clayton Stark, Angelo Siguachi, and Miguel Angel Sanchez all fill out this roster as well. SBU testing the back line. That one ricocheting off the outstretched foot of, I believe, Diop. As Sidi Drame did everything in his power to keep it alive. Istria, on the other hand, happy to take this throw-in. Kurtovic, back to the defender, at the feet of Angelo Siguachi. Siguachi playing it toward Miguel Angel Sanchez, as Christian Groszki. Christian has the ball taken away from him, using the outside part of his foot, trying to feed Ricardo Mira Sanchez. Goalkeeper Quiroga once more. Some proactive goalkeeping. Instead of his own 18-yard box being defended, it's just outside that penalty area in which he had interfered. Modern day goalkeeping, of course, always requires some sweeper keeping. Quiroga, of course, going for the safest option and clearing it beyond the nearest boundary rather than playing it down the middle once more. Some goalkeepers do like to do that. And some goalkeepers, even at the professional level, have paid dearly for that. You can take a look at Liverpool's Alisson Becker from time to time. It has happened. But that doesn't take away the fact that he is a world-class goalkeeper at the end. Just merely drives it toward Ricardo Mera Sanchez. Mera Sanchez, quick play over toward Joel Levia Chique. And the goalkeeper Quiroga once more needed toward his near toward his near post. A rudimentary parry, although it was quite risky. Luckily for him, he had a white jersey to help him out. As SBU, crescendoing a play little by little, getting louder and louder by the inch as they retreat once more into a pianissimo sort of pass for those music lovers out there. As Istria Sport Club make its way past the back line, now inside the penalty area, going for a shot, kick save by South Bronx United, more specifically by Diop. A good counter from Istria, the first shot on target for them. The Historians, now with maybe a sudden feeling of momentum and confidence, as Angelo Siguachi goes for the safest option in the form of Christian Groczki. Groczki playing it toward Gacevich. As it connected momentarily with, I believe, Kovac. Hard to confirm as Diop once more needed for a kick save. Sotomayor releasing it, pulling the trigger. Diop outstretching himself, so that's two starfish blocks at the same time. Here in this first half. As this will be a corner kick for Istria Sport Club. Lots of shoving inside the 18-yard box, let alone 6-yard box, as Istria Sport Club, the first team to recover that loose ball. Another chance soaring over the crossbar. A good sense of ambition from Kurtovic. Unfortunately for him, over the woodwork, but not a bad effort when you analyze the whole situation. Scoreline remains the same, 0-0. However, it is now Istria Sport Club that has two shots on target to its name compared to South Bronx United's single one. As the ball goes out of play, miscue from the host of this tournament. As Istria Sport Club takes its time with this throw-in, given that there's some equipment, I believe, on the field interfering. As the lead referee, in fact, has to turn himself into a handyman here. Whiffing the first clearance, though luckily for Drame, he had a teammate right behind him. Quiroga. Oh, pardon me, technically South Bronx United does have two shots on target. Quiroga does have two saves to his name. So both goalkeepers with a duo of saves. Quiroga using his gloves twice. Diop, on the other hand, using his feet twice. As a chilly wind lands here in this part of New York City. Controlling it momentarily was Awad, who tried scaring the goalkeeper in back line. Quiroga was firm on his goal line, firm that was going to go out of play. Took the gamble, and he was right. Goal kick for the team in white and blue. As Istria shoved off the ball by Salisu. Awal has the receiver return to him, pokes it away with his right foot, has a teammate to take advantage. Here comes South Bronx United! Goal! Renzo with the goal! Poked forward by Salisu Awal, a tackle gone assist. The number 6 with a crisp finish toward the far post. And just like that, within these opening 13 minutes, it's 1-0 in favor of the host. South Bronx United punishing the Astorians for the first time in this game. Though there's still a lot of time left here in this first half, over 20 minutes or so. As that's Angelo Siguachi, who lobs it toward Nicolas. Nicolas, unable to get his foot in, but luckily for him, he does have a midfielder to help him out. Given away via a slip. As Christian Groczki. Christian Groczki was able to cement himself a path despite the amount of traffic on that left-hand side of Istria SC. But South Bronx United is persistent in keeping its opponent on the back foot for now. And of course, for South Bronx United, third time's the charm, third shot attempted, third shot on target, first goal. So all the shots attempted so far in this game have been on target. So for now, this has been a clinical performance for both sides. And clearly, both teams are sporting some cold-blooded strikers. Again, it was Renzo Lau who scored that opening goal, as Mera Sanchez, in a game of keep away, bouncing off the torso of the number 22 for South Bronx United, Brandon Chavero. As Istria SC. Oh, he's offside. Now that one is a tight call. The assistant referee, quick to raise it. That one extraordinarily tight. I thought he was onside, in fact. The assistant referee, perhaps with a better eye. Well, that is very, very close. I can't emphasize the closeness of that call. Could have gone either way, really, given that there is no VAR here. And that is something that perhaps South Bronx United must keep an eye on. It's the fact that Istria SC has beaten that backline's offside trap on a couple of occasions. Fancy use of the heel from Salisu Awal. Salisu inside the penalty area, cleared away for now. Istria SC, for now, looking for an antidote against Salisu's venom. He already has one assist to his name and has been the creative mind so far for a lot of the offense on display from SBU. Brandon Chavero, with some help, and the number 9 for SBU down on the ground. That's Jibril Diop. And there will be, I believe, 2 changes here, maybe just one. We'll see, as Diop back on his own 2 feet. Jimmy Luna Avila as well. I believe had exited the field of play. We'll see if he returns for now, as the referee issues a drop ball. And the wind's building up here. 24-mile-per-hour gusts certainly being felt. Kurtovic intercepted. Now in the enemy half, Mera Sanchez. Mera Sanchez evades 2 challenges, both standing. Dropping it back. Brandon playing it forward. That's too strong. Good vision, but too strong from SBU. As now ISC can take this throw-in. And a decent throw-in that's really has some interference from SBU. Still anybody's game, just a 1-goal difference. Although technically today, lightning does strike twice when we're talking about the host of this tournament scoring the opening goal, lobbed ball, Grochki, telling his goalkeeper to get ready, Quiroga, playing it back to Grochki. Slightly risky from the keeper, but he controlled his nerves. Very cool goalkeeper in that sense. South Bronx United momentarily retreats into its own half, back into the rival half. Istria Sport Club, unable to dispossess Drame playing it back toward Matthew Orozco. Matthew, toward Yusofa. Along the right flank it goes, and that should be going out of play. Just a little too much juice behind it, and it does go out for a goal kick. As there will be a change in personnel once more. This one for South Bronx United, as Brandon Chavero slightly skips toward the sideline. As we'll confirm shortly who has entered this game, as he is a member of the back line for now. So it's a defensive change. Controlling with his body. That's a crunching tackle as well. Absolutely slashing that ball. Wow. That is wonderful defending. When you're a defender, you love to hear that sound. You love to see the lack of progress on what could have been a lobbed pass. Firm defending. As Angelo Siguachi. Angelo. Well, it's Grochki now, who has the option of playing it back to Quiroga. Quiroga well beyond his 18-yard box as he just touches it toward Kovac. Matija Kovac. Somehow, Emin Kurtovic kept it in play. South Bronx United looking to punish ISC for doing so. Drame. Laterally. Orozco. And intercepted by Renzo Lau. Lau, of course, responsible for the opening goal and the only goal so far in this first half, in which we still have a lot of time left. Just a little under 15 minutes. And in the meanwhile, I want to remind you that this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic as well is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount. So scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As Istria Sport Club still have possession of the ball. As that pass is intercepted by Jimmy Luna Avila. So he has returned, in fact, after that momentary knock. And again, we do have more matches throughout this weekend, namely today, SBU versus Istria, as you're watching right now. After this is Revolution United taking on South Bronx United, the aforementioned U19 squad that beat Brooklyn FC in Game 1. Cambria Heights Lions likewise takes on Oakwood Soccer Club. Revolution United goes head-to-head once more with South Bronx United later today, as we had said earlier. Tomorrow, however, South Bronx United Rising takes on Vistula. South Bronx United as well, the 08 squad takes on that of Revolution United. The 06-07 squad of South Bronx United goes head-to-head against Triborough. And lastly, Gotchi takes on Asphalt Green tomorrow at a 2:40 p.m. fixture. Ball still in play, onside according to the assistant referee. He was trying to win that piece of contact, and he did in fact do it. Mateo doing everything just right to do so. So Mateo forcing the touch off the SBU defender. This will be a corner kick for Istria Sport Club, who are currently surrounding that back post. In fact, about 5 white jerseys by there, soaring over the head of one, going for a chalaka or a bicycle kick. Another shot, Diop, not required for a save. Always an ongoing debate for that name of the technique, the bicycle kick attempted by Istria Sports Club. In English, it's quite easy. You call it a bicycle kick. Though in some Spanish-speaking parts of the world, there is a debate for it. Some will call it a chalaca, others will call it a chilena. Both accepted, both correct. But it does testify to the Pacific Derby that's shared between Peru and Chile. Chile claiming that the Chileans had invented it first. Meanwhile, the Peruvians saying that those in El Callao, that region of Peru, had invented the technique first. Again, either name acceptable, of course, as South Bronx United maybe got away with a no foul call there, as Nicolas Sotomayor faking the first pass, going for a cross, grounded as well. SBU putting its body on the line, more specifically, Yusopa Fatih. In what could be described as a sliding ice hockey-like challenge, using his body to block any shot or cross. Istria Sport Club driving it down the middle, still inside the penalty area. Diop needed for a save, rebound cleared away. Diop with some good reflexes, good reaction time as well by the defenders. Istria Sport Club inches away, nanoseconds away from beating Diop and Co. Still 1-0 as we have reached the final 10 minutes of this first half. On set piece duty is Alexander Rojas, the number 4. Left-footed cross toward the far post. Courageous goalkeeping by Masur Diop. Intercepting it while it's in the air. He's a ball hawk. As this one will make its way toward Diop once more, albeit for a goal kick. As Diop plays the goal kick short, going for the safest option, really. Renzo Lau. Still with SBU, as the sudden footsteps of the white jersey forced that clearance. Matthew, unable to take full control, but it's just enough for City to launch it forward, hoping that Mira Sanchez, who has returned onto the field, to contribute. Still, it's with Salisu Awal, who already has an assist in this game, draws a foul. A somewhat needless foul as well. An unnecessary shove. But Salisu Awal so far has been a thorn in the side of Istria Sport Club and its defense. A very promising U17 player is what SBU has. As Miguel Angel Sanchez is replaced on the Istria side. And for now, the nearest free kick taker would be Nikiema, alongside Mira Sanchez, if I'm not mistaken. So it will be either Mira Sanchez or Patinde. Patinde trying to curl it over the wall. Quiroga keeps it in play. The barrier doing its job. Had it been just an inch shorter, that would have curled into the back of the net. Luckily for Quiroga, once more, he has his wall. Fatih. Quiroga. John Quiroga to nearest defender in the form of Christian Grodzki. Grodzki We are within the final 7.5 minutes and counting. Not the best of touches from Kevin Flores Garnello. It's still a tussle in the neutral third, however. A tussle that's indirectly won via this free kick in favor of Istria Sport Club. Perhaps just enough time here, given the 7-minute mark, to try to find an equalizer before the halftime whistle. Nothing is impossible. This one crossed inside the penalty area. Diop intercepting it. Closing down the space instantly, going for a forward-facing punt as the Winds, alongside that boot from Grodzki, return the ball to the netminder. Again, these are some annoyingly strong Winds. And that could punish any goalkeeper on that end. As the sudden spring feel here in New York City is overshadowed by the sweater weather, I should say, winds. As Mera Sanchez going down on the ground, the referee signaling no foul. The low press for now, not being implemented by South Bronx United. In fact, South Bronx United is mostly opting for some zonal marking if we really take a look at it here. And that does complement the commonplace style of the offside trap that we've seen in this organization. We saw it from the U19 squad. We would expect the same here in this U17 team. So it's an organization philosophy akin to how possession and precise passing is that to La Masia of FC Barcelona. Istria Sport Club, as an organization as well, has experience dealing with all kinds of styles. As Mera Sanchez make it to that ball first, Quiroga, it gets past him. Mera Sanchez still inside the penalty area, cleared away. That was Angelos Iguachi rescuing it, all within his own 6-yard box. Mera Sanchez, like a thoroughbred, nearly broke through. The acceleration once more of Siguachi saves Istria Blue Angels from a second concession of goal, as he's offside. A slightly silly error. Had the right idea, but failed to scan for the positioning of the defender. Mera Sanchez, the nearest to interfere with this free kick, as it lobs over his head, in fact, toward Alexander Rojas. Mera Sanchez winning himself some space, chopping it inward, Ronaldo-esque. Mera Sanchez, Ricardo eventually shoved off the ball, clean tackle, although he was in fact the last to touch the sphere, according to the referee. Throw in for Istria Blue Angels. And this wind is in fact a little brutal. No sign of warmth whatsoever, and the sun is not too far away from setting. And the clouds clearly covering it. It's still 1-0 thanks to Lau, who received his golden opportunity from a Saliso Awal tackle. Launched, once more aimed toward Patinda Nikieme, who was last seen taking a free kick. The referee asking for an equipment change here. New ball emerging onto the field. Corner kick as well for the team in blue, South Bronx United. This is that type of deceiving weather in which you need to wear thermals. As Ricardo Mera Sanchez, normally seen as the lead striker here, taking the corner kick instead, and all the blue jerseys inside the penalty area have aligned themselves toward that back post. bar Joel Levia-Chique. This one crossed toward the far post. Quiroga got a glove to it, denying what could have been an Olympic goal as Renzo Lau shields the ball away from his opponent. Another chance here as Kevin Flores Garnelo asking for a cross inside the penalty area, offside according to the assistant referee. Final 2 minutes here in this first half. Scoreline has remained the same since Lau's goal. Launched forward, Istria with Nicolas Sotomayor. And there was a clear stamp there, an unintentional one, but still very evident. And that results in a free kick. Oh, and there could be a loss of composure there. That touch of gamesmanship was followed up by a shove, a slight one at that, but still, no room for that. The referee, quick to instill some discipline. Using the outside part of his foot, looking for something within these final 70 seconds and counting. And instead, Diop smiles as his defenders win themselves a throw-in and some final minute changes here in this first half. Maybe to warm up the players on this cold sideline. As Matthew of SBU still racing for the ball and able to get to it. Same could be said for Levia-Chique. Still inside the penalty area. Istria to equalize. Past the up. Yes, it goes past the up. Goal! Istria Blue Angels. The Astorians equalizing it with under 30 seconds left until the halftime whistle. And we were talking about how that backline likes to play farther and farther up. It was working earlier in the match, but eventually Istria found its way. After so many tough breaks, Istria equalizes in this first half, 1-1. And surely this would be the final touch. The referee in accordance with that prediction. Of course, Istria SC equalizes the game before the halftime whistle. In fact, 30 seconds right before the halftime whistle. It is 1-1 between Istria SC Blue Angels and South Bronx United. That being said, do stay tuned for some plays of the week, as well as halftime analysis, and of course the second half of this match. You are watching the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer, and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game and Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
back onto the field here for the second half between Istria SC Blue Angels and South Bronx United. South Bronx United had the initial advantage thanks to Renzo Lau's goal after he had received the assist from Awal. That being said, it was a tackle gun assist as well. However, with just 30 seconds left in the first half, it was Istria SC that finally chipped away at the back line, beating the offside trap, and was able to capitalize on the Ops positioning in a one-on-one situation, of course, to make it 1-1 poetically. So what do both teams need here, of course? Well, for starters, here comes Istria SC beating the backline once more. Key to the game right here as the Op forces the attacker into an awkward position, and the ball had trickled out of bounds. The Op with some no-touch defending and with a smile on his face as well. We were just about to mention that here. The Istria SC key to the game will be to beat that offside trap consistently implemented by South Bronx United. They love playing with a high line, the players in blue, but with some well-timed runs and perhaps with some aerial attacks. So we're talking about lob through passes. Istria SC wouldn't be too far away from perhaps what could be a second goal, maybe a game-winning goal itself. Meanwhile, for South Bronx United, defensively they have been firm, not only thanks to the offside trap, but because of that zonal marking, and that will clearly be a key to the game here. Zonal marking, in combination with some high pressing when the ball's in the final third, could result in the SBU game-winning goal as well. Things are still even here since that goal at 1-1. Two balls are on the field at this moment, going for a shot, soaring way over the bar. So the Op can take this goal kick. So again, those have been your keys to the game in this second half particularly. For Istria SC, find a way to time those runs and beat the offside trap with some lobbed through passes. Meanwhile, for South Bronx United is to keep the opponent on the back foot with some zonal marking alongside the high press, especially when the ball is approaching the final third. Or, in a different perspective, the defensive third of Istria. And you are watching the City Showcase tournament here on Game and Frame. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, and I'm here to remind you that this broadcast wouldn't be possible without Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Lobbed. This one, easy pickings for the back line. Of course, this is Group A in the U17 Male Royal Group. Istria SC Blue Angels on the edge of the 18-yard box. A dangerous handful of seconds. South Bronx United still emerges alive here, still 1-1. Still an even game. Using his physicality to his advantage is Matthew of South Bronx United. Playing it along the left-hand side, it goes out of play for a throw-in favor of the local team. In this U17 Male Royal Group, or Group A more specifically, we will find the likes of Istria SC Blue Angels, South Bronx United naturally, and Vera Soccer Academy. As the defender smartly wins the goal kick. And right after this match, Revolution United will take on South Bronx United in a U19 Male Royal Group A affair. Likewise, Cambria Heights Lions and Oakwood Soccer Club will end today's matches. Of course, this all part of your de facto quadruple header here on Game and Frame. More to come tomorrow, however, so do stay tuned for that. As Istria SC loses the ball, using his strength as well, with a right-armed legal shove is Robert Arias Cardona. Salisu Awal. Referee signaling advantage, sliding tackle, unsuccessful. Ball taken away by SBU. Once more in its own half. South Bronx United looking for an option along the right flank. He gets past the outstretched leg of Giancarlo Rubino. Arias Cardona, unable to connect. It's now with the skipper, Emin Kurtovic, who plays it out quickly toward Alexander Rojas on the right wing. Rojas, still onside, going for a cross. A lot of space, a lot of time, but not a lot of accuracy given those gifts. For now, 1-1, and judging by the body language of not only the shot taker but of his teammates, you know that he wants that chance back. Excellent build-up. The finish not there for now, but if Istria SC keeps up the pace, they could be on their way to a second goal, the Astorians. High press from Istria SC. Kurtovic able to take the ball away with some help. Kurtovic with a sliding challenge evaded. Kurtovic, the ball for a moment magnetized to his foot. Christian Dugorochki, I should say, with the dangerous piece of tackling. Well out of position. Quiroga, sweeper keeping, colliding into the striker. Got the ball first. It's a foul against South Bronx United. Some outright gutsy goalkeeping, winning the 50-50. And that's what happens when you leave that space vacant. Dangerous positioning from Grochki, as there's a blue jersey down on the ground, and I believe it belongs to Patinda Nikieme. And hopefully it's nothing severe. He did take a big hit from Quiroga, and it's just something that's part of the nature of the game. Nothing malicious. Just a goalkeeper doing his job. As eventually Nikieme is back on his own 2 feet. South Bronx United trying to find the tiebreaker here. Although for now, it must yield to this free kick from Istria. Scoreline still 1-1. Back-to-back free kicks in favor of Istria SC Blue Angels. The residents of Queens putting up a good fight here in this RFK Bridge derby, if you want to label it as that, given that South Bronx United represents the Bronx. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the RFK Bridge, of course, is Queens, from which Istria SC hails. And that's a lovely pass. Falling as well. Oh, he might have taken a slip there too. That definitely has to do with the surface of the pitch. Although that being said, wouldn't have counted for anything, the assistant referee raising the flag for offside. Hadgacevic timed his run just a tad better, a nanosecond better. He would have had a solid opportunity at a goal contribution. For now, he doesn't have that fortune. Strong foot from the defender, and the ball goes out of play. In the meanwhile, Game and Frame is offering all City Showcase Tournament participants player highlight recruitment reels to send to college coaches. Game and Frame makes the best player highlight reels nationwide and can work with any footage, including all AI cameras. So scan the QR screen to start the process to maximizing your recruitment potential, or email info@gameandframe.com for more information. As Istria SC was threatening the back line for a moment. Quick pass from the number 16 of the Blue Angels for now, Gianluca Glavic. Scanning over his right shoulder, pacing past one. Giancarlo Rubino has to chase him down alongside Grochki. It's Siguachi that does just enough to halt the offensive player. Throw in for South Bronx United. Scoreless second half at this moment. South Bronx United, in 2 games in a row so far, has scored the opening goal. The U19 team did so today in this Game and Frame feature. And we saw it earlier today from Renzo Lau as he slips while delivering that pass, and you can't help but feel that it has to do with the surface here. Again, I can't say that this is the loosest turf. Very firm. As there's a change for both teams. Exiting for Istria Blue Angels is Alexander Rojas. Exiting for South Bronx United is Yusopa Fati. Ball continues to bounce around. Off the chest of the Istria player, going down, a very evident foul. Got an extra shove. Nothing the referee could do there except blow the whistle. Lobbed, ultimately toward a blue jersey, giving it away. Trying to surprise the back line. It was Emin Kurtovic who was trying to filter the pass. And here comes Istria SC Blue Angels inside the penalty area, keeping the ball live, or so I thought, the assistant referee, quick to indicate that 100% of that sphere had crossed the boundary for a goal kick. So Masur Diop can take his time as Diop plays it toward the nearest fullback. Diop being trusted with his footwork. From defender to goalkeeper, goalkeeper to defender, defender to midfielder. And that's a nicely timed challenge. As Istria SC, along the left wing, chasing it down is Jimmy Luna Avila. Caught in a race with Edvin Gacevic. Although there's still a blue jersey down on the ground, the blue jersey belonging to Renzo Lau. Taking a strong knock, perhaps getting the wind taken out of him from that sliding tackle earlier. I think it was more the landing that might have hurt him rather than the tackle itself. It was a little risky, admittedly, coming from behind more or less. As he's back up on his own 2 feet, the sole goal scorer. Although he may be asking for a change here, he is. Slight limp. So Renzo Lau will be seeing the sideline for now, and hopefully we get to see more of him in this second half. Unfair to a young player of this caliber. And we'll see who will replace Lau for now, who with the help of his teammates is walking toward the sideline. As maybe he needs a moment to catch his breath. Istria SC trying to give the home side a taste of its own medicine with a high press, as well as some zonal marking. It's almost as though they are mimicking the Astorians, what they had seen earlier in the first half from its opponent. Thrown inside the 18-yard box it goes. Cleared away for now. And I believe that's a 1, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I saw a number 16 on the back of his shirt. And I would not be mistaken, that is in fact the number 16. Alongside Drame, trying to close down the space with Patinda Nikieme contributing to the defensive work. Nice use of the heel, however, it was well read by Kurtovic. Kurtovic inside the penalty area, trying to shoot it, instead encounters a wall. Trying to cross it, no, with some fancy footwork, almost squeezed his way past a duo of defenders. However, Diop is there to collect the ball. And from here, perhaps build a counterattack. Or instead, play it short. Short and quick, even though we have seen the footwork of Diop. He can deliver those monster punts. And here's a giveaway, Istria SC inside the penalty area, Diop! With a good save, getting down quickly. had to drop down and control the ball all simultaneously. The counter is now on, using the right wing. Robert Arias Cardona. As he drops back, Matthew encounters a white brick wall. Robert Arias Cardona with a quick feint, dropping the shoulder, crossing it. A very simple interception, rudimentary in reality. Kurtovic, who wears the captain's armband for his side, playing it toward the defender. Lobbed just over the head of the defender, and this is what Istria SC needs, the Blue Angels. Trying to draw a sin here, inside the 18-yard box, crossed, cleared away. Still in the final third. And in the meanwhile here, I would like to wish those who observe these holidays a happy religious holiday, of course, to those who celebrate Passover, as well as Good Friday, as this one. Crossed, still inside the 18-yard box, still live, an easy clearance for Arias Cardona. Thinking about the early cross, that's a beautiful cross! The up was well positioned! A beautiful sequence of soccer here. A picture-perfect cross, driven in the air. A stunning header and rock-solid hands from the up. Beautiful sequence, and from what I believe, or from what I think, that could be the first shot on target in a while from either of these two teams. It's once more been some trench warfare. In fact, Quiroga technically hasn't made a save, although he was required for some sweeper keeping. Most notably winning a 50-50 in this second half as South Bronx United enters the 18-yard box, and it's a case of the turf monster interfering. It happens to everybody, it happens to the best, and it happens in any sport. Just ask Aaron Rodgers, who is now no longer with the New York Jets, actually. Kurtovic, hoping that his finesse can help him out. Instead, he commits the sin. A Blue Angel infraction. And this should be a free kick, but there's a white jersey down on the ground. Not sure who that is. I feel like that could be Siguachi. Although that's not the number 22. In fact, the number 22 helped up his opponent. Unable to confirm for now. Well, he's back up on his own 2 feet, but that's a good referee pausing the game. It's still a free kick, though, for South Bronx United, the tournament hosts. This is a tantalizing opportunity for South Bronx United as Joel Levia Chique crossing it. Cleared away by Siguachi. Siguachi with the help of Giancarlo Rubino. Pushing that ball away from danger. Matthew Orozco. Matthew. A number 4 on number 4 challenge. Alexandro Rojas cutting down the angle on Matthew. And it goes out for a goal kick. Once more, this describes the trench warfare we're seeing. Neither goalkeeper being too tested at the moment. That's not to say that they haven't had great performances so far in this match. Quiroga with arguably the best save so far today in the City Showcase tournament. It's a nominee. Diop likewise with a good sense of positioning. Not only with his kick saves, but from what we had seen last time when a header was destined for the far post. Here comes South Bronx United. Past Quiroga, still inside the penalty area. Once more, sneaking past the goalkeeper. The defender saving it on the line. That's a great defensive sequence. A magical dribble by Salisu Awal encounters a steadfast piece of defending from Istria SC. The Blue Angels practically soaring to their own rescue. Corner kick. Low. Quick lob. Quick cross! Goal! South Bronx United takes the 2-1 lead. Well, the Angels escaped the first time, but not the second. Upon the subsequent corner kick, it was Sidi Drame who touched it into the back of the net to make it 2-1. And set piece strategy for now gives the South Bronx United U17 squad the advantage, as Joel Levia-Chique played it toward a nearby blue jersey, who with a short lob, a delicate one, found the extended foot of Sidi Drame, the number 5, as that's a gratuitous shove by Alexander Rojas. Has to be careful not to lose his head. Frustration is understandable, but the best are able to control those nerves. Free kick toward Awal, as Awal is shoved off the ball. The referee pausing the game again, and it's to issue a yellow card for gamesmanship against Sidi Drame, I believe. South Bronx United to defend this free kick from any sort of counter. The white jerseys trying to keep the ball alive. Their wishes are not granted. And of course, with this action in this game, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. Salisu Awal shoves off the defender. Salisu Awal picks out one defender. Salisu once more putting on an exhibition before his own fanciness costs him. Lobbed forward. Quiroga, proactive goalkeeping, wasting no time, rolling it toward the skipper, Emin Kurtovic. Along the left flank it goes, a touch too strong. Right idea, not the right execution, but that could always be fixed. As the referee signals for that ball to go in favor of the team in white, who currently finds itself down in the scoreboard 2-1, thanks to Drame completing a short cross, pre-assisted by a corner kick. As he goes down, very clear foul. Late to the party was Joel Levia-Chique, and he gets a booking for it. Too clumsy, too late. Yellow card against South Bronx United. And perhaps even more dangerous is a free kick from this range from about 19 yards away from goal, maybe 20. A free kick from approximately 20 yards away from goal, and Diop is not messing around. He's assembled a 4-man wall. Most goalkeepers go for 2 or 3 from this sort of angle. Diop for 4. And given that he's a right-footed player, judging by his stance, this could result in a deadly delivery toward the far post. No white jersey was nearby. Kurtovic once more with the right idea, but not on the same page as his teammates. Diop telling his teammates to move farther up in the field for this goal kick, as it nearly made its way toward the halfway line. Ball continues to skip around uncomfortably for Clayton Stark, who was forced into clearing it. As it's still South Bronx United inside the 18-yard box. Siguachi, the last to touch it. He had to in order to block that cross. Could have been a cross gone shot as well. Always have to make sure it doesn't trickle. And the last time South Bronx United had a corner kick, it resulted in that pre-assist to Drame, as the team in blue looks for the same magic here from a corner kick of the opposite side, crossed, right-footed, toward the back post, connecting with the head, still goes wide, ball is still live, as he resorts to kicking it out of play. I don't think that was intentional, in fact. It looked like he tried to control it. But in doing so, he also burns a couple of seconds against his opponent. So maybe some unintentional gamesmanship. Of course, nothing intentional. Istria SC, the Blue Angels. It's not impossible to come back from this 2-1 scoreline. They've given Diop a scare quite a few times. In fact, Diop needed again. Left-footed clearance, going back to the original delivery man. As there's also a defensive change here in the back line of South Bronx United. Arman Adilovic not opting to take the throw-in, as Kurtovic plays it toward Adilovic. Adilovic forces the corner kick. The last to touch it was Daulay Peralta Vasquez. The number 3 for South Bronx United, and one of the latest entries in this game, as there's already one player surrounding Diop. Final 10 minutes we find ourselves. Crossed inside the 18-yard box, still bouncing around, still not in firm control, but the referee signals for a foul due to a tug, a pull. Goes against Istria, the Blue Angels, looking for a miracle on this Good Friday late afternoon. Served, making its way past the halfway line, off the head of Ricardo Mira Sanchez, who certainly was a trouble in the first half for the defense of Istria, the Blue Angels. So far defending well. Matthew to draw the foul, he does. That's what in the NFL would be called a horse collar tackle, when you drag somebody from that part of the body right by your clavicle, where your neck meets your shoulder. As Peralta Vasquez wins the tackle at the end, wins the momentary clearance. Ricardo Mira Sanchez doing the same. Aquiles Galindo Cortez likewise trying to return the favor defensively. That just gets past 3 blue jerseys. It's a chase for the ball, as Mateo on the ball. Istria very close to equalizing. That should have been the equalizer perhaps, as Alexander Rojas apologizes to Mateo. That right there was the moment. That was the instant in which it should have been 2-2. Istria's creativity not completed by its finishing. Diop with a sigh of relief. South Bronx United needing this victory. As the two crash in the air, no foul. Displaying some heel utilization was Miguel Angel Sanchez of Istria SC. And again, right after this game, Revolution United takes on South Bronx United. Istria SC Blue Angels inside the 18-yard box, looking for some space, looking for some time. Instead, looking for a nearby wide jersey, maybe with the sniff of goal, goes wide. Cambria Heights Lions and Oakwood Soccer Club also conclude today's, I should say, quadruple header in this City Showcase tournament. So do stay tuned for those on this same transmission. Here, of course, on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. Final 5.5 minutes. The Blue Angels Still trying to squeeze by an equalizer. South Bronx United opting for more offense than defense in reality. Not comfortable with just a 1-goal lead. Looking for a second one. As it gets past Joel Leviat-Chique. As Quiroga directs his defenders, lets them know of his environment. Good communication from the goalkeeper to help out Christian Groczki, who was slightly punished for his ambition. It's an interception for South Bronx United. SBU along the left wing. 1-step over, 2-step overs, cutting it inward, playing it back to Ricardo. Mira Sanchez! Goal! Ricardo Mira Sanchez makes it 3-1! From outside the 18-yard box. Saw exactly where he wanted to place it and placed it there perfectly. A perfect use of strength. It was a thunderous low shot to make it 3-1. The number 10 doing his job. And Istria SC Blue Angels finds itself with a 2-goal deficit for the first time in this fixture. What a finish by Ricardo Mira Sanchez. So the South Bronx United scorers, I should say in chronological order, have been Renzo Lau, the number 6, Siri Drame, the number 5, and Ricardo Mira Sanchez, the number 10. And the referee waves no foul as South Bronx United nearly escaped. It was a 23-on-23 battle. Jesus Gonzalez Lovera had to encounter Miguel Angel Sanchez. A good touch by Aquiles. Galindo Cortez, overlapping, running backwards, still has a teammate. It's Matthew. Matthew inside the penalty area. Matthew shielding the ball away, trying to escort it toward the opposition's goal. And for now, he's just burning seconds, trying to win the corner kick, and he does so. A good piece of dribbling that could probably make Thierry Henry proud. Back to those Arsenal versus Real Madrid days, of course. Maybe an infamous moment in UCL history. This one crossed toward the far post. Quiroga intercepting it in the air. Quiroga with a cannon of a right leg. Still, Istria SC, the Blue Angels. Not too far away from a second goal. Lobbed forward by Adilovic. And that could turn into an assist. Diop, loose ball. Diop, that could end up in the back of the net. Goal! Istria! They're not going down without a fight. It's 3-2. Bewildering the back line. Bewildering Diop. Adilovic generating the entire play from that long pass. And if it wasn't Matija Kovac, it was Mateo Kikasola who offensively was able to capitalize. We are in the final 2 minutes of play. Less than 120 seconds. South Bronx United desperately looking to cling on to this victory. Istria SC trying to upset the host. Inside the 18-yard box they go. And the Historians for now survive. The Queen's representatives making their way past the halfway line. Rojas on the right wing. Rojas still looking for space. 3 white jerseys accompany him. But instead it goes to one of 2 blue jerseys. That ball goes well out of play. Final 70 seconds and counting. Time is running out. The momentum isn't, however, as Diop hops to the rescue. Final 45 seconds now as the goalkeeper collapsed on the ball. Tried to put on an exhibition, but that is an excellent punt to complement it as Jesus Gonzalez Lovera. Jesus Gonzalez trying to pull the trigger. Quiroga making sure that ball stays in play. Final 25 seconds. Istria, the Blue Angels. One more miracle to beat that high back line. Miguel Angel Sanchez in the driver's seat, lobbing it. He's onside. Diop collapsing on the ball. Diop burning away the final 5 seconds here as we have approached the full 70 minutes. The referee takes a peek at his stopwatch, and the referee has blown the whistle for full time. And South Bronx United holds on to those 3 points, to this 3-2 lead, and what could be described as a far from quiet tete-a-tete. An excellent match between these two. Istria SC found its momentum, but it might have been a little too late within the final 5 minutes. South Bronx United, however, held on to that 3-1 lead at one point to find this 3-2 result. It was South Bronx United that scored the first goal, scored the second one as well, was able to find the second one after its opponent had equalized at 1-1. And lastly, it was Ricardo Mera Sanchez that confirmed the collection of 3 points with a shot from outside the 18-yard box. However, a chaotic sequence resulted in a 3-2 scoreline and perhaps in the revived hope of Istria SC. That being said, the Astorians went down swinging, and they should be proud of themselves for this performance outright. So, of course, do stay tuned for Revolution United versus SBU, as well as Cambria Heights Lions versus Oakwood Soccer Club. So for now, behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall, I have been Sean Cabrera, and you have been watching the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable! Save! And Spark are champions!
It doesn't get any better than that. The U19 squads of South Bronx United and Revolution United Football Club march for a second 70-minute contest in the U19 Male Royal Group. Now, given the prior context, this match will ultimately be a test of endurance that could determine the advancement of one team into the next phase. Despite South Bronx United's benefit of being the tournament's host, the steady mindset of Revolution United FC, a visitor, by the way, from Connecticut, could counteract this psychological aspect, as South Bronx United will be wearing white tops, black shorts, and black socks, away from its blue in the first match. Meanwhile, Revolution United FC in an all-red kit. And it is important to note that, per the words of their head coach, Oscar Curras, they are playing with really an emergency goalkeeper, Angel Magaña, normally playing as center back, will be filling in that goalkeeper role. As for now, Revolution United and South Bronx United go head-to-head here in this City Showcase tournament on Game in Frame. As Revolution United takes the throw-in. Throw-in taken, testing the back line already of South Bronx United. South Bronx United. For now, it's Diaz who's on the ball. Noah Diaz, more specifically, as a handball already committed by the team in red. Revolution United will feature the likes of Elia Albujar, for his words. Number 7, Diallo Cohen. Number 12, Noah Diaz. Number 4, Sergio Diaz. Number 19, Brian Ferreira, the number 27, Reese Ingram, the number 15, Malik Oro Adey, number 21, Mael Pierre-Paul, the number 17, Noah Rodriguez with the number 25, Walter Romero with the number 11, Robert Severino, the number 15, Edson Silva with the number 10, the number 29, Michael Stewart has already a dangerous opportunity against Angel Magaña, the emergency goalkeeper for today, who's forced into clearing it before he realized the offside call. Again, this is the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame. As this free kick will likely be taken by Magaña. And we'll see whether his center back expertise can play a role in his sweeper keeping perhaps today. You would imagine that it would have an impact, although that free kick taken away is with Sharif. Sharif, who was an immense figure in the first match of South Bronx United. Wherever that ball went, he went. An omnipresent force that was partially responsible for the 5-1 victory versus Brooklyn FC to start today's City Showcase Tournament. Well, the transmission, I should say, here on Game in Frame. As the assistant referee raises the flag for offside against Revolution United. The visitors from Connecticut looking to make their voyage worth the gas mileage here in this port of New York City and Randall's Island, where the sun has finally decided to emerge. The winds have momentarily died down, and we hope it stays that way. After all, this is the penultimate match in today's transmission. After this, Cambria Heights Lions takes on Oakwood Soccer Club. As that ball is lobbed toward the right wing. Ultimately, both teams just testing the water for now. South Bronx United in 2 straight games. The U17 game just concluding moments ago. In both of those, South Bronx United had scored the opening goal. And in both of those, they not only scored at least 3, but also found the victory, most importantly. As quickly changing direction was Matthew Guiracocha, Tafari Hill, all the way back to the emergency goalkeeper Magaña, and attacking that right flank for now is Jaciel Carrillo, who was responsible for that opening goal, in fact, versus Brooklyn FC, versus a penalty kick, in which he sent Lucas Christ the wrong way as he went to slot it toward his right hand side. Lucas dove to his right hand side. In other words, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. Back line, passing the ball all the way back to the netminder in pink, intercepted momentarily in the neutral third. Strong touch by Noah Diaz, results in a throw-in for South Bronx United, as Jorge Marin Salazar merely had to shield the ball away. And in fact, the number 4 himself did get a yellow card in game 1. We do have to recall that. Loose ball, middle third, recovered by Revolution United, the team in red. Still with Revolution United in the final third, crossing it toward the near post, off the chest of the white jersey. As now Amadou Diallo, wrestling for the ball, loses it. It's with Diaz. Diaz, Ronaldo-esque chop, trusting the footwork of his number 7, Elia Albujar. As Elia played it back toward his defender, indirectly in the form of Malik Oruedei. Likewise, flicking it up high, the number 7 positioning himself, but he doesn't realize it was offside. By the time he realized that, it was way too late. You could at least respect the fact that he recognized it. still not a bad way to start off for Revolution United. Still scoreless. Neither goalkeeper being ultimately tested for now, which perhaps for Revolution United is a fresh breath of air, considering that, according to Oscar Curras, the head coach, are playing with their backup or emergency goalkeeper in the form of a center back, really. Desperate time call for desperate measures, as now his defensive expertise put to the test. Diaz trying to shield the ball away from Diallo. Diallo squeezing past, still with the assist! Goal! South Bronx United! It was Jaciel Carrillo, the number 11, who was able to find his way into the far post, into that bottom corner. It was Amadou Diallo who officially registers an assist, and what an assist as well. Got some emotion from the crowd, left some with their jaws dropped. Solid assist from Diallo, and an equally clever goal scored by Jaciel Carrillo, if I'm not mistaken. It is 1-0 here for South Bronx United. 3 straight games in which SBU scores first. A good streak, and if streaks show anything, SBU has also won the last 2 games here. So this same squad is hoping for the exact same result. 1 step over, 2 step overs, a couple of body feints, looking to curl it, and instead a ricochet helps out the goalkeeper. That will go down as Saldana Vici's first save in this match. As Gil here, trying to defend that left-hand side, still inside the penalty area, cross-gun shot, he's offside. And this City Showcase tournament wouldn't be complete without Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so do make sure to scan the QR code on your screen and get 10% off. So keep it fresh. At the feet of Diallo, who already has an assist in this game that required some excellent vision alongside some confident dribbling on the left wing. Diaz launching it toward Elie. No look clearance at the end. Diallo stripped of the ball by Noah Diaz. As now Revolution United looks to recollect itself, to regroup appropriately, as Tafari Gil is surrounded by a sea of red, and in doing so might have lost his nerves. Will be a free kick for Revolution United, taking the free kick quick and short with Elie. And when you take the free kick quick like that, you immediately look for an offensive chance. You can't play it too fast, otherwise it could result in a giveaway. Luckily for Noah Diaz, it's back-to-back free kicks. This one perhaps just 5 yards farther back, but with enough presence, with enough red jerseys inside the penalty area, this could result in an equalizer, as Noah Diaz, right-footed service toward that back post. Too much juice behind it, as the nearest player to chase it down would have been Edson Silva. Interception for Sekou Sharif, entrusting Shamsuddin, who played the first game as a substitute in reality, if memory serves me correctly. And there's a foul called against South Bronx United. 3 straight fouls, all against South Bronx United. Composure comes into question, not only endurance, as now Revolution United should take its time to think about this free kick, one that is about 35 yards away from goal. Not impossible to place it on target, though it would be quite difficult to score from this scenario as he takes a couple of steps back. The set piece taker lobbing it toward that second post, and instead it's Alexander Saldana-Vici who's able to catch it whilst it's in the air. The counterattack is on for South Bronx United, crossing the halfway line, now in the enemy half. Maybe an extra shove there from Carriel. Back to Sharif. Sharif to Shamsuddin. And nearly a loose ball recovered by Edson Silva. Ball continues to ping pong around. Sharif didn't want to touch it, was opting to win the throw-in, and his wishes are granted. And in continuation with City Showcase tournament action here on Game in Frame, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. Ball, lobbed, counterattack for Revolution United. Elie trying to beat Jorge Marin Salazar. And that's a clearance for South Bronx United. One that gains height, not too much distance, as he shields the ball away from his opponent with some class. And at the end, Revolution United commits the foul. It's Diallo Cohen who had held onto the jersey of Awal Shamsuddin. Second chance here, communication, a must need, as the two teammates nearly collide. Specifically, Hector Fernandez Cuellar, as well as his compatriot in white. Controlled by Gil. Gil. Shamsuddin. Shamsuddin threatening the back line. A back line of 4 turning into one of 5. Maybe even 6 if that midfielder had dropped back just a yard or two. Jorge Marin Salazar, who currently wears the captain's armband. Gil. Good idea from Sharif, but even better positioning from Revolution United, as they won't allow the 1-goal deficit to intimidate it. 14 minutes have gone by. The opening goal, scored by Shamsuddin, assisted by Amadou Diallo. Or pardon me, I should say Carrillo. Carrillo, the number 11, with the opener, assisted by Diallo. Pardon me, as Shamsuddin was defending. Elie. Back. And a shot from distance. He was trying to stun the goalkeeper toward his near post, but in doing so, might have surprised himself as well. Never had time to truly open up his hips, take his time, think about it. The metaphorical shot in the dark here as dusk approaches slowly this New York City venue. And there will be an equipment change. Very brief one. Currently 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like 53 degrees Fahrenheit. Mostly due to the wind chill. Winds of 14 miles per hour. Gusts of up to 28. So a sharp increase from the 23 that started this whole tournament here today. And currently the winds are blowing against Alexander Saldana-Vici, the goalkeeper of South Bronx United. So that could give some extra oomph against Revolution United. Speaking of which, that's Malgaña with the save. Not a bad two-handed parry from the emergency goalkeeper. One that was coming at him like a cannonball. Respectable goalkeeping from Malgaña. Corner kick for South Bronx United. Looking for a second win in a row here in today's schedule. Crossed toward that back post, nearly making its way into the back of the net. Just enough ricochets to save Magaña. Oh, Magaña. Cleared away by Saldaña Vici. Recovered by Héctor Fernández Cuellar. Héctor continues to attack that right flank, turning himself into an extra winger. But he adjusts his positioning, opening himself as a lateral option, and that's a very clear foul. No need to contest it, as that ball is played toward Jorge Marín Salazar. Marín Salazar can't get past the head of the opposition's number 4, Noah Diaz. Currently at the feet of Robert Arias Cardona. No foul, says the referee for now, although he has a whistle in his mouth, who's perhaps ready to blow the whistle for an infraction. Maybe perhaps signal for advantage. Still Gil lobbing it. Can't get past the red brick wall for now. Still, chipping away is South Bronx United at the opposition's defense or defense. Quick 1-2s in the middle third, miscommunication. The frustration being visibly shown by Shamsuddin alongside Sharif. Revolution United wasn't able to fully make its way into the opposition's half. 18 minutes have gone by. Still the sole goal scored by Carriel. I say Carriel, it should be Carrillo, pardon. So again, Jaciel Carrillo with the opening goal in this match, as Lightning in fact does strike twice for him, and he's offside. Clear as day. About 2 bodies offside. Carrillo scored the opening goal versus Brooklyn FC via a penalty kick, and here today when he was assisted by Diallo. South Bronx United. Just a missed touch, as Amadou Diallo, maybe a little disappointed in himself, indicated by his body language, by his head-sighting nods. As Robert Arias Cardona tries to close down that space in the back line's middle spots. Off the chest of Jorge Marín Salazar. Still on his own 2 feet, Elie, left-footed push, faked the left-footed shot, and that might have cost him some space as Sharif, always there. Sharif with what could be described as incredible stamina, playing a box-to-box role in 2 games today, this one being the second. And a pass that's too strong for Carrillo. Carrillo was hoping for the brace there. You could tell he had a smile on his face, acknowledging the idea. Revolution United, with 15 minutes left in this first half to respond. More than enough time. But they haven't really tested Saldaña Vici. In fact, I think they've only registered 1 shot, the visitors from Connecticut. As here, with a no-look pass, trying to display some pizzazz, Carrillo. As that early cross is blocked, but somehow it bounces its way, finds its way, in fact, toward a South Bronx United player momentarily. Cleared away by Revolution United. And had that desperate touch not occurred, Robert Arias Cardona could have quickly broke away. Could have been a breakaway there, once again, for the South Bronx United number 13. Sharif using his heel from the throw-in. Revolution United needs to add numbers in the middle third here. South Bronx United has dominated this area of the field, and because of that, they've created more offensive chances on paper, such as this free kick now, but have also created their own possession-based style of play, which was a far cry from what we had seen in Game 1, in which nearly all 5 of their goals came as a result of counter-attacking. As we witness a triplet of substitutions, Diallo and Shamsuddin exit the game. Alongside Gil, if I'm not mistaken. Free kick, played laterally and played quick, not really opting to test the goalkeeper's gloves from that distance. He evades one. A quick flick, very nice in fact, as he squeezes once more past 2, and that's another shot officially attempted by South Bronx United. Clearly some style of play inspired by the old school jogo bonito of the Brazilian squad. Very akin to it when we saw that quick chip, or quick sombrero if you want to label it as that. A bit of a shame that South Bronx United wasn't awarded for that mini sequence. But I'm sure Magaña, the emergency goalkeeper for today, has little to complain about, as the left winger of Revolution United. Unable to keep the ball to himself, he gives it away via a goal kick. That was, I believe, Micah Stewart, the number 29. As Saldaña Vici takes his time for this goal kick, and the two nearly collide. Justin Núñez Hernandez, who was responsible for a number of those goals, in fact, in Game 1, drawing the penalty kick and scoring a goal himself. Not to mention, yeah, he was always opening up the space in the first place. As now South Bronx United intercepts in the middle third with Sharif. Sharif toward the left-hand side. Christopher Nicolas. Nicolas, right-footed drive, trying to check the back post. As Robert Arias Cardona unable to get there first. And as a result, Revolution United looking to break that back line with an offside beating pass. Unable to do so. Battle still in the middle third as Sharif, well, in doing that step over, beat his opponent, but also beat his own teammate. Giveaway for Revolution United. That's a good pass that gains some distance. The follow-up, however, does not have the same fortune, as it ends up at the feet of the goalkeeper, who has all day to toy with this sphere. And eventually, it's Diallo Cohen's presence that forces Saldaña Vici into picking it up. And that's a high punt. Núñez Hernandez unable to get there. Sharif to Arias Cardona, sharing the ball with the number 3. From the number 3 to the number 9, Núñez Hernandez receiving the pass from Nicolas. And a good idea. And a corner kick as well for South Bronx United complements that. We're within the final 10 minutes here as the winds build up. And it feels sharply cooler. An in-swinging corner kick awaits us, to be taken by, I believe, Nicolas. Cross toward the back post. Magaña was ready to use his fists, hesitated at the last second. I think he might have touched it. The referee, in accordance with that as well, got the slightest piece of contact of the goalkeeper. So back-to-back corner kicks, both in favor of SBU. And this could be an outward swinger. As he feints the first run, raises his arm for a second chance here. It does connect with the head, Nunez Hernandez. Magaña well positioned on his goal line. You give him an inch and he'll take a yard. Nunez Hernandez with nearly a lethal header against Revolution United. So far, the emergency goalkeeper, Magaña, not doing so bad whatsoever. Not too shabby. As South Bronx United resorts to zonal marking, conceding these moments of possession as we've crossed the 27th minute mark. Less than 8 minutes remain until the halftime whistle. Taken away by Sharif. Sharif has his jersey tugged. Clear foul, could be a booking. The referee, more merciful than most apparently, keeping his yellow card. Oh, or so I thought. Here I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. It's a cruel, cruel world. The referee just doing his job. It is a yellow card for that jersey tug. Might have spoken too soon as Sharif receives the pass from the nearest defender in the form of Dejan Herrera-Guiti. As South Bronx United transforms and nearly transfigures its way into the final third. Currently at the feet of Diallo Cohen. SBU trying to toy with its opponent in the middle third, and that might have cost him a moment of possession. It could cost him a goal as well, as Elia must make sure he's onside, the number 7 for Revolution United, as SBU returns the favor, avenging, quote-unquote, what had occurred to Sharif just seconds ago, if not minutes ago, when he had his jersey tug that resulted in a yellow card. Coach Andy Jenkins of South Bronx United will surely have an interesting chat here with his squad. They are winning, these young players, although it's inside the penalty area. Here comes Revolution United, poked away at the very end by Dejan Herrera-Guiti. Risky moment. They must be careful with that sort of confidence. Continuing with what the coach must say. His team has a 1-0 advantage, which on paper sounds positive, but since then they have hardly tested Magaña, when you think about it. He's had 2 or 3 saves, one of which was quite spectacular, with a 2-handed parry to his near post. The other, a result of good positioning and firm hands with the basket catch. But since then, they haven't really tested the back line as much. It's been a battle in the midfield as Revolution United doing everything in its power to drive the ball into the 18-yard box. Revolution United taking advantage of that loose ball from Nunez Hernandez, the number 9 of South Bronx United. It's with Diaz. Noah Diaz, Revolution United. Brian Ferreira. The ball goes out of play. Throw in, taken quickly. Nunez Hernandez can use his pace, can also find a teammate. He may go down. No, he stays on his own 2 feet, using his balance, finding the equilibrium, trying to find the goal. Kick saved by Magaña. That ball bouncing off his shin. An uncomfortable save from the emergency goalkeeper, but he does his job again. Perfect technique from the center back gone goalkeeper. Wasn't able to get there fast enough with his hands. Was able to react with his feet, or more accurately, his left shin. Thrown in once more, use of the heel from Nunez Hernandez. Ball still inside the penalty area. Although Magaña able to get his 2 gloves behind it. as he rolls it out. The Connecticut visitors with a nice gaining of space. Ferreira. Ball goes out of bounds against Revolution United, so it's an SBU throw-in. We are within the final 3.5 minutes. Three and a half minutes left until the halftime whistle. Scoreline has only been separated by 1 goal. It could have been 2 or even 3, but Magaña keeps his team alive. And even with that being said, the defense of Revolution United is in fact doing its job. It's just a matter now of threatening Alexander Saldaña Vici of the opposite team, the goalkeeper in pink. He's hardly had a scary moment so far, and when you're a goalkeeper, you always like seeing that. That means your defense is doing its job. As Revolution United must stop this counter from SBU. And in fact they do. A no-nonsense clearance. Gone lobbed pass. As we are past the 32nd minute here. Less than 3 minutes remain. Quick passes. Núñez Hernandez apparently onside according to the assistant referee. Núñez Hernandez has an overlapping runner in the form of Arias Cardona, but instead burns some seconds with his throw-in. We are now within the final 2 minutes here in this first half. Núñez Hernandez with a half spin, goes down. Second penalty drawn by Núñez Hernandez. Wherever he goes, set pieces are drawn. 2 for 2 today. Second penalty conceded by the opponent of SBU. It was first Brooklyn FC. It is now Revolution United that suffers the same fate. And now in charge of slotting this penalty, I believe is Sharif. It is the number 23, Saku Sharif. Penalty drawn by Núñez Hernandez. As Sharif takes a couple steps back. Sharif! Goal! 2-0 for South Bronx United. Magaña dove the right way. Did everything in his power. But with a penalty like that, it'll always be tough to stop it. Sharif making it look simple. Núñez Hernandez himself with a masterclass in drawing fouls, let alone penalties. As the team in red must restart for a second time here. 2-0 is the scoreline. Final 30 seconds before the halftime whistle. Lobbed forward. Marin Salazar. Heading it backwards. Ferreira has 2 marking him, trying to win the corner kick. Instead, forcing a dribble. No red jersey was nearby. Ferreira interfered momentarily with the latest goal scorer, Sharif, dancing away from his opposition. And Núñez Hernandez once more onside. Núñez Hernandez dropping the shoulder, flicking it over his opponent. Núñez Hernandez forcing Magaña into an uncomfortable position. And before Núñez Hernandez can pull the trigger, the referee denies him with the whistle blown against him. Perhaps a call that he's not too used to, that is. Foul against Núñez Hernandez as we are now in stoppage time in this first half. And before we're even able to see the free kick, that will be the final touch of the ball in this first half. So for now, it is 2-0 in favor of South Bronx United. For Revolution United, it needs to find a way in the second half to equalize or maybe even come back. But of course, what awaits us is another set of 35 minutes. So again, do stay tuned with us as we provide the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and of course, the second half. This is the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game and Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
as the second half is underway here in New York City for this City Showcase tournament here on Game in Frame. It's South Bronx United that currently has the 2-0 advantage versus its visitors from Connecticut, Revolution United. Of course, these two teams with some drastically different performances in this game and with some drastically different keys to the game as well. So we might as well start with the visitor, per courtesy. For Revolution United, in order to get back into this game, it's a very simple fix, albeit one that does take a little bit of gambling. They must add numbers, the visitors, into the opposition's third, let alone penalty area. Various times we had seen Elia, for example, all alone with nobody to whom he could pass. And in order to fix those problems, they must start adding jerseys. Speaking of which, Núñez Hernández, debating on filtering that pass for his teammate. At the end, it results in a giveaway for Magaña. Meanwhile, for the hosts of this tournament, South Bronx United, almost everything has been going well. In fact, their key to the game, due to this performance, is just to uphold the tempo. Uphold possession, uphold the tempo. And they have been masterful in doing so far in this affair. And I could only imagine that the local spectators are hoping for the same sort of performance here in this second half. And perhaps it'd be an even extra moral victory if South Bronx United can in fact clinch the clean sheet. For now, it is a shutout, as SBU wins the ball in the opposition's half, close to its third. And SBU must avoid being sloppy. Just because it has a 2-goal advantage doesn't mean it can afford that sort of play or that sort of mistake. Dropped back. Noah Rodriguez, number 25, entering this game as well. Revolution United with some slow build-up. All but one outfielder occupying the space in the defensive half, I should say, for South Bronx United, as Núñez Hernández looks for that extra piece of contact, thinking that he had won the throw-in, but the assistant referee, quick to wave and signal a free kick, in fact. A foul committed against, or committed by, I should say, a foul committed by Núñez Hernández. Robert Severino. Severino to Rodriguez, who wastes no time, playing it to Diallo Cohen. Switch play, back to Severino. Severino does have Ryan right in front of him, although he's unable to fully connect. Back to Severino, lobbing it up into the air, hoping that a red jersey can connect. But once again, this is what I was referring to when it comes to adding numbers into the opposition's half, let alone third. Severino indirectly wins back the ball. Shielding the ball away is Deishar Herrera-Guiti. Throw in now for South Bronx United. Núñez Hernández flicking it backwards with his head, caught in a tussle with the number 29 Micah Stewart. Two Titans going at it, and Stewart emerges victorious. And in fact, Revolution United wins itself a free kick in what could be a favorable spot. He could arguably roll that ball a little bit closer. In fact, I'm surprised none of his teammates are telling him to do so, making it a little harder for himself from a 35-yard free kick. This one is perhaps 38 yards away. Lobbed with the left foot toward the back post, connects with the head. The accuracy not there, but the creativity was, alongside the positioning. Maybe a good start to the second half for Revolution United. Who accomplished a cross-state voyage to get to this part of Randall's Island. Well, right behind this venue is Icon Stadium, home to various events, including matches of New York City FC 2. As Revolution United relies on some fancy footwork, still from the right-hand side, he cuts it centrally, still with the ball at his feet. Revolution United thinking about the shot off the crossbar. No goalkeeper on earth would have saved that. Not too far away whatsoever. Revolution United deserved the goal there, nearly punishing SBU for his complacency. As for now, Alexander Saldana-Vici takes the goal kick. To Nunez Hernandez, who immediately encountered Stewart. So it appears that wherever Nunez Hernandez goes, Stewart follows. It appears that Oscar Curras has implemented a man-to-man marking system. As that ball is poked forward by Rodriguez, cleared away as well, and into the hands of Magaña. Magaña rolling it out. As Micah Stewart asks for the pass, he's denied that. And fortunately for him, it could be the right decision here. Revolution United, not too much ball time as a whole, not too much ball time in the opposition half, trying to force Saldana-Vici into another error today. In fact, the only goal scored by Brooklyn FC came as a result of a goalkeeping mistake. And somehow that's a successful through pass as he has enough space to become a threat. One step over, two step overs, still trying to find his way, using the outside part of his foot to drive. And instead it will go out for a goal kick. Again, behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, and this is the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame. And make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. As the defender, with a beautiful lobbed pass, makes it past as well the back line. It's Saldana-Vici that comes to the rescue, sprinting all the way from his 18-yard box to about 25 yards away from that area. He had no right being there, yet he did it. He saw and he conquered. Back pass from the throne. Revolution United losing the ball in a crucial spot. Could have been the genesis of an offensive chance. Nunez Hernandez looking to make it an apocalypse for his opponent, I should say. Crossing it back, Nunez Hernandez. Almost a long game of volleyball, except with feet. Nunez Hernandez still inside the penalty area, denied by the post. Not bad by the number 9. Toying with the back line. Once again, he dons a special sense of confidence. But with that confidence also comes a risk of complacency. We had seen it earlier by the back line of SBU, which resulted with a post rattling shot, really a crossbar rattling shot from Revolution United. It could have been and it should have been 2-1, but for now SBU holds on to the 2-0 lead, aiming to make it 3-0 as Nunez Hernandez, with several body feints, still inside the penalty area, and maybe with a touch of theatrics and with a smile on his face, was looking for the second penalty in this game, what would have been his third penalty drawn today. But instead, he looks satisfied with the corner kick, as Sharif, who also has a goal to his name via a penalty kick, plays it toward his number 7, Alvarez. Christian Alvarez denied an easy cross as Severino rushes to the ball, trying to waste no time. 10 minutes have gone by in this second half. The scoreline remains unchanged. Sharif, in fact, looking to change that exact statement. Sharif, right-footed lob toward that first post. Not a million miles away. Found the space, found the power. Endangered for a moment Magana and his net. And of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community as well an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Severino, left-footed chip. From the number 15 to the number 10, Edson Silva being tightly marked by Deishar Herrera Guiti, excuse me. Likewise, Game and Frame is offering all City Showcase Tournament participants player highlight recruitment reels to send to colleges and college coaches. Game and Frame does in fact make the best player highlight reels nationwide and can work with any footage, including all AI cameras. So scan the QR code on your screen to start the process to maximizing your recruitment potential, or email info@gameandframe.com for more information. As Revolution United pulls the trigger, not a bad attempt, but there's way too much traffic. Playing it out wide, along the left wing. Fakes the first cross, doesn't fake the second, tries to find a red jersey. Seldanjevic was shuffling on his goal line, but luckily for him, he has proactive defenders as well. Nunez Hernandez trying to signal as to where that ball should go. Nunez Hernandez in the driver's seat, through pass, apparently onside according to the assistant referee. Alvarez cutting inward, Severino tackling it as well. Successful tackle. South Bronx United, Magana saw that ball all the way through. In my eyes, that was in fact offside. The assistant referee never raised the flag. It was about a body offside. Maybe a little bit less, a little bit more. Regardless, Revolution United survives another onslaught. Defensively, a respectable performance as the assistant referee tells Magana to back up. The goal kick well beyond the 6-yard box. I don't think he realized it, as now it's played short. Scoreline remains the same, 2-0. The team in red, unable to fully link and take advantage of a lobbed pass. Using the outside part of his foot, Seldanjevic gets his gloves dirty for the first time in a while. Seldanjevic with a nice dagger clearance, one that no one could profit, unfortunately for his team, as Magana helps with the restarting of possession for the visiting team from Connecticut. Again, stamina is an important element here. Both teams have already participated in at least one match today, as Revolution United threw passes inside the penalty area, unable to connect with his right foot. Tough luck really for Revolution United to time that run perfectly to the inch and see that ball trickle by you. It's an annoying feeling. I can only imagine what Silva must be sensing. That being said, though, perhaps it's a sign of better things to come. as SBU has yet to find a clean sheet today, actually. South Bronx United's U19 team in the first match still won 5-1 versus Brooklyn FC. No clean sheet there. And in the second match in today's schedule, the U17 squad found a 3-2 victory. Assuming the scoreline remains the same, this would be the first clean sheet for SBU in today's fixtures. Sharif. Trusting Deschar Herrera Guiti with the ball. As Sharif, the ball just escaping his foot. Only barely too, just 2 inches away. Revolution United taking its time, taking up the space in the middle third. As Ryan's on the ball. Ryan to Severino. Severino can't outpace nor outmuscle Deschar Herrera Guiti. Severino somehow wins back the ball, making me eat my words. Silva with a dummy pass, entrusting the number 11 with the ball at his feet. Good back passes, a good shot. Still forced, in fact, Alexander Saldana-Vici into a hop. So far, if I'm not mistaken, in the second half, it's been Revolution United that's led in that statistic. Attempted shots. Perhaps not shots on target, which is unfair because the one that rattled off the crossbar should go down. But per the rules of the game, and statistically, it won't count. They have had the best opportunities of this second half as Christopher Nicolas lobs this pass into the backfield of his opponent. Scoreline remains 2-0 as Magana has the ball at his feet. Magana toward the safest option. 60 degrees Fahrenheit. It feels like 52. Winds of 13 miles per hour, but gusts of up to 29. So the winds keep getting stronger. And speaking of which, Nicolas with a sliding tackle that does demonstrate strength as well as discipline. Saldana-Vici momentarily intercepted by Severino, goes out of play. The wind currently blowing against Magana. Long throw-in. Good for about 25 yards or so. Sharif unable to juggle his way through. Switch play, Revolution United. Unable to do much from it. SBU. Oh, could be a deadly mistake here. As Revolution United outside the penalty area, looking for a shot, looking for a chance. Barely missing. Any closer and it would have scraped the post. 3 attempted shots from Revolution United. 1 attempted shot, if I'm not mistaken, from South Bronx United. This has been a totally different second half as he's inside the penalty area, bounces off his torso. A key block there. As Revolution United starts picking up the pace. Slow build-up, left-footed cross. Oh, Saldana-Vici got a glove to it. And it was just enough, and I do mean just enough, to prevent the allowance of a goal. Keeping his eye on the ball, on the trajectory. Even with Silva impeding him somewhat. Lateral play. Sharif versus Severino. Severino giving away the ball unintentionally with his header. Nunez Hernandez outstretching his right leg to control. Results in a throw-in for Revolution United. Throw in taken, and it's a good one. Knocking it forward with his head. It's still with Diallo Cohen, as it ultimately goes away from him. Same cannot be said for Silva, tumbling his opponent whilst winning the ball itself. Ball rolls out of play for a throw-in. Revolution United once more taking its time. This almost looks like a whole new team in terms of confidence in comparison to the first half. As a contest for the ball results in Noah Rodriguez unable to fully squeeze it in for himself. Alvarez with a clever half spin. And unfortunately for Alvarez, his roulette turn can't be returned with a delicate pass. It's a giveaway and a throw-in for Revolution United. As two simultaneous substitutions occur, Alvarez alongside Nicolas of South Bronx United have been replaced for now. As Galvez Fuentes could have been called for a high kicking infraction. Sharif, tightly marked by Silva, who has help from Ryan as well. SBU. Possession, the name of their game in this one. Again, a polar opposite to game one versus BKFC. As Nunez Hernandez looking for some reinforcement. None came to help him out on this firm ground turf. Lob, Severino merely has to escort it away. Throw-in for South Bronx United. South Bronx United awaiting this throw-in from Desher Herrera Witi. Through pass. He's all alone inside the penalty area. Goal! SBU! Always timing everything right. And we couldn't emphasize enough here on Game and Frame how possession has been the name of the game for South Bronx United in this entire affair. 3-0 is the scoreline. And it's a cool finish by Carrillo. The number 11 with a brace. Three nothing is the scoreline. Revolution United looking for a silver lining in the form of at least one goal. Not trying to be the first team here to be shut out in this Game and Frame quadruple header. Saldana Vici wasting no time with that clearance. Wow, one excellent piece of control as well. Good extended right foot by Jaciel Carrillo. Revolution United once more. Nunez Hernandez interfering with the heel. Carrillo alongside Sharif. And it's the latter that wins the ball. Rolling it backwards. He's able to connect with his teammate. Quick 1-2s. Results in a giveaway for Severino, who has Nunez Hernandez shoving him off the ball. As Hector Fernandez Cuellar, unable to fully capitalize. Though again, it is 3-0 after all. Along the right wing it goes. Revolution United looking for its first in this match. Inside the 18-yard box. Left-footed cross, interference by SBU. Doing the defensive work. As now a little bit of hesitation from Rodriguez as to whether he should have interfered, returning the favor. As Hector Fernandez Cuellar. Severino trying to give the ball back to Diallo Cohen. Slightly late challenge, the referee waves it away as no foul. Strong touch as well. South Bronx United reanimates itself not only here on the field but also amongst the crowd itself. And that ball goes out of play. Ryan, with the ball in hand, awaits the referee's approval with this duo, if not, I believe actually triplet of substitutions. The ball continues to ping pong around. South Bronx United. Dispossessed Ryan. Oh, could be drawing a foul here. Instead, loses it cleanly. It's a duel ultimately won by Deishar Herrera Guiti. We are past the hour mark here. In fact, we're within the final 10 minutes. Time flies by quickly when you're having fun. Clearly the case for South Bronx United. Looking to make it 4! Off the crossbar! Second chance over the crossbar. Looking for the limelight. Looking for the spotlight. With a big smile on his face as well. An ambitious effort that maybe any other day could have been rewarded with a goal. But for now, it's still 3-0. Severino. That's a good pass. Good positioning as well. Offside flag raised by the assistant referee. And that is a call I would like to argue with. It was very, very tight. Looked to me like he was half a body onside, if anything. Regardless, Salanya itching to take this free kick about 30 yards away from his own penalty area. Connects with the white jersey, but not for long. Strong touch. Ryan, left-footed drive, squeezes past his opponent, has a second one to encounter. Ryan. Nearly a sloppy touch. Good recovery by Cohen. Cohen switching sides to Elie. Al-Bujar, as he told us. Elie Al-Bujar. Severino asks for the switch play. And through the use of a center back, it does make its way coast to coast, more or less. Good footwork from the number 11, who has his jersey pulled, tugged, wins himself a free kick. The referee not pulling out a yellow card in this moment, per se. Foul committed by Deishar. As the referee momentarily pauses the game. Well, we've already seen how Revolution United has attacked from outside the 18-yard box, and when you consider this sort of free kick from this sort of angle, it would be reasonable to have a little bit of optimism. Free kick from about 26 yards away from goal, give or take, as he lines it up and it soars over the crossbar. That was Walter Romero taking his chances. Final 5.5 minutes before the conclusion of this match. Likewise, another 5.5 minutes before we also prep ourselves for Cambria Heights Lions versus Oakwood SC. That coming, of course, straight after this match to complete our quadruple header here in the City Showcase Tournament on Game and Frame. Ryan with the throw-in. Playing it back to Severino. Off the chest of Ryan. And he does enough physically to win the throw-in. Severino on throw-in duty, can play it back. He does play it back, in fact. Oruade. Back to Oruade. Cohen. Diallo Cohen. Dropping the shoulder. Playing with the right foot. And Hector Fernandez Cuellar. Shielding it away. Winning a throw-in. And that sequence has burnt approximately a minute. Time is running out here for Revolution United to not be shut out. Again, this would be the first shutout win by any SBU team today on this quadruple header. The U19 team beat Brooklyn FC 5-1. The second affair from the U17 team ended 3-2. So perhaps third time's the charm here when it comes to getting clean sheets, which wouldn't be a bad ratio whatsoever, let alone for the U19 squad, which would have 1 clean sheet in 2 games. That is assuming the result remains the same. Severino plays it back toward Oruade. The red jerseys. As Eliab drops it back, it looked like Ryan could have been a realistic option. In fact, Ryan will be the target here as Hector Fernandez Cuellar. Oh, goalkeeper might have just done enough to pounce on it, just to poke it away with his hand. Looking for a right-footed shot, going for that right-footed shot, deviation. Cleared away as well by SBU. As a red jersey does go tumbling down, the referee says no foul. The same cannot be said for this SBU instance. Set piece drawn by the team in white. Final 2.5 minutes and counting. And Saldana Vici, to be quite honest, I'm not sure if he had officially registered a save. Defensively for him, it has been a little bit quiet as Hector Fernandez Cuellar couldn't keep the ball in play according to the assistant referee. Final 2 minutes officially now. Cohen. So Oruade. Severino. Good half spin by Cohen. Cohen. Good connection. Good through pass. A little too much power, however, as Saldana Vici collapses on the ball, taking his time and complaining of a piece of contact. One that personally I couldn't see nor hear, as he's back up on his own 2 feet. The referee, in fact, telling him to speed up with the process, speed up with the play. And you never know with the referees here if they would even institute an indirect free kick. It's not impossible. Practically here on Game and Frame, we've seen it at every level. It doesn't matter if you're in the United Premier Soccer League, the USL League 2, or in MLS Next. Regardless of the level, you never know with these referees. Some more lenient than others, always an additional element. Severino. Severino. Left-footed lob. Offside by half a body. Thought he was onside. Unfortunately for Walter Romero, if not the number 10, Edson Silva, it was clearly offside. As we have now approached the final 30 seconds here. And South Bronx United is just half a minute away from celebrating a clean sheet victory as Revolution United. Revolution United with possession right off the face of Gil. Not the first time we've seen that today either. Taking an absolute missile to the face. Still on his own 2 feet. Apparently not dazed. An absolute trooper. And in fact, that ricochet off heel will be the final touch, as after 70 minutes, the referee does blow the whistle for full time. And defensively and offensively, this has been an SBU game from start to finish. That being said, however, Revolution United should be proud of itself, at least from a defensive standpoint, being able to withhold its foes in white to this scoreline, especially with the disadvantage of having an emergency goalkeeper who, may I add, played quite well today. He did his job, and all the more power to him, to Magaña. Again, a respectable effort, but at the end, it is 3-0. A first half performance that found a 2-0 scoreline is complemented by a full-time scoreline of 3-0. So again, South Bronx United finds its first clean sheet victory, the U19 group, in its own Group A standings. It had beaten Brooklyn FC 5-1. It now beats this foe 3-0. And again, first clean sheet victory, first shutout win. And it has been an overall impressive performance from SBU to most likely punch its ticket into the next phase. However, we make a trip from the U19 Male Royal Group A to the Male U19 Sky Group A, where Cambria Heights Lions and Oakwood SC go head-to-head right after this match. So, again, behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall. I have been Sean Cabrera, and do stay tuned, do stay with us, as we will show the final presentation of today's City Showcase tournament match here on Game in Frame.
Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable! Save! And fuck our champions!
To the Pepe! Goal! It doesn't get any better than that. Okay. Of course, here, Oakwood SC takes on Cambria Heights Lions in the conclusion of this quadruple header of the City Showcase tournament here on Game in Frame. The U19 Male Sky Group has the honor, of course, of concluding, like I said, today's Game in Frame City Showcase feature. Oakwood Soccer Club is one of few out-of-state competitors participating in this spectacle. And needless to say, hopes to gain some momentum before concluding tomorrow's final group stage matches. Of course, the Cambria Heights Lions, on the other hand, are only 20 miles away from this Randall's Island venue and are trusting that their locality can play a role in this New York-based affair. As Oakwood SC dons the neon yellow uniform, meanwhile, in the blue and white striped kit, we could find the Cambria Heights Lions players. As for now, they slowly build up, attacking that left flank. Behind the cameras, Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, and this is, again, the City Showcase Tournament on Game and Frame. As that ball was aimed for the number 9 of Cambria Heights, Devon Smith. Or Devin Smith, pardon. One in the middle third, played all the way back to the goalkeeper, Mario Brown. Poked forward. So far, long balls being the name of the game. He's onside according to the assistant referee. Muscles away one defender, tries to beat the goalkeeper, dribbles past him, left-footed shot, unable to find the mark. Solid defending from Oakwood. It looked like they would have surely conceded the out-of-staters, yet the Oakwood defender remained firm, and it's still scoreless here in the opening 2 minutes of this game. Corner kick for Cambria Heights. As the Lions are looking for the spoil of 3 points in a group including Oakwood, of course, as well as Asphalt Green. Right-footed service, soaring toward that second post, Devin Smith. Right-footed pass, still inside the penalty area. Pulling the trigger off the crossbar, second chance, he's offside. Two scares for now against Oakwood SC, who perhaps might not have been anticipating this high-energy performance from the Lions. Though that being said, the Oakwood players as well as spectators themselves are hoping for a performance as vibrant as their jerseys today. As Oakwood, along the right wing, quick 1-2s. As he just evades the outstretched foot of the Oakwood midfielder. Oakwood having to defend against Cambria Heights as he's putting everything on the line. Collins doing just enough with his compatriot defender. Devin Smith dangerously attacking the team in Volt Green. Devin Smith lets the ball slip by him. An accidental mistouch, accidental misread. Oakwood Soccer Club. An unintentional, perhaps, croqueta touch from Henry Reyes. As Mario Brown tells his defenders to clear it out. Reyes using his head for a moment. Reyes hoping to outsmart his opponent as well, conceding the throw-in at the end. And according to the roster in which we had been presented, we could expect the likes of Mario Brown in goal for Cambria Heights Lions, Tayshawn Daly, Maurice Duncan, Carl Gray, Timothy McCalla, Denzel Nunez, Zachary Pessoa, Desani Powell, Raheem Poisner, Devin Smith, Clayton Solomon, Ricardo Spencer, and Calvin Waterman. Just over his shoulder, Oakwood SC. Still trying to find its footing. It's been a surprisingly ferocious approach by the Lions in these opening 5 minutes. Meanwhile, for Oakwood SC, we could expect the likes of Thomas Walper, Mark Stanislavski, Henry Reyes, Amari Ramirez, Lincoln Falconson, Fabrizio Ortiz, Aditya Nataraj, Nataraj, excuse me, Xavier Lizarraga, Giovanni Kepsel, Sebastian Karowski, Quinn Freeman, Alexandre dos Santos Lucas, Alessandro D'Arena, Angel Corona, Russell Collins, Giancarlo Caserta, Adrian Candelas, and Antonio Aleixo. As it is Oakwood that enters the penalty area. Dangerous opportunity for the team in Vault Green. Still inside the 18-yard box, going for a shot. Somehow it did not make its way into the back of the net. You ask that same player to hit it 9 more times and it would have gone in. This was just that simple, 1 out of 10 time, that it merely didn't want to make its way into the back of the net. A stroke of bad luck offensively against Oakwood SC. But again, a good omen as they find an offensive response to Cambria Heights, who within the first 2 minutes had already scared the Connecticut side. First with the goal line save, or clearance more accurately, from the defender, and secondly with the shot that rattled off the crossbar. Oakwood, of course, was saved by the offside call afterward, because otherwise it would have been a clear and clean rebound. As Devin Smith, trusting his defender daily. Oakwood looking for options inside the penalty area, back passing it. Reyes was scanning, looking for an equally bright jersey. But at the end, it goes out for a goal kick. As Mario Brown, the netminder, in green, in need of some assistance with his shoelaces. And as a goalkeeper, this is always a pet peeve when those shoelaces come loose. Goal kick taken by the center back. Knocked forward as well. Collins coming to the rescue defensively as the goalkeeper rolls it toward his right-hand side. Antonio Aleixo, with a half spin, was able to win just enough space. Still, Cambria Heights unable to do much with it. As the ball does in fact go out of play, it will be a corner kick for the team in striped colors. As the sun sets here in Randall's Island, New York City, Devin Smith makes himself a threat toward that second post. One-armed raised, should be an inward swinger, right-footed, set toward that first post, punched away by the keeper. Second chance, perhaps. Feints the first cross, but in doing so didn't account for the second defender. And Oakwood SC can revive itself offensively if it's able to take the ball away from the Cambria Heights line. But in doing so, it became a foul. Infraction called against Oakwood SC. Played back. Cambria Heights. Now, that's a dangerous game right there when you're going to lob it that softly, especially to your own back line with a vanguard like Oakwood SC. It's like playing with fire, as demonstrated there with an L drag. Was clever in doing so. As this one is lobbed, a sort of Hail Mary, in fact, although it somehow does find its way toward the foot of a lion. Oakwood closing down the space. Oh, trying a little bit of flair as well, wiping his hands over the ball. Not something you would see every day here, as Cambria Heights looks for the initial advantage, and it goes wide. Oh, goodness me, it's like he wanted to put on an exhibition. He quite literally waved his hand over the ball as though he were a magician. Almost trying to fool his opponent into a misdirect with his hands. Well, it's not like playing cards, but it is something that's somewhat noteworthy. For now, Oakwood with possession of the ball, 1 step over, 2 step overs. Cambria Heights recovers the ball. It's a loose one as well as he enters the penalty area now, still inside the 18-yard box, looking for space, some right-footed cuts, finds a striped jersey, taking a shot from the edge of the 18-yard box, barely wide. And I do mean barely. Good passes, good instinct from the Lions. As Henry Reyes is open toward the left wing, the goalkeeper noticing that number 48. But Devin Smith backtracks just enough to intercept. Reyes unable to get his cleat on top of the ball as we are past the 11th minute here. In fact, closer to the 12th. Throw in taken by Cambria Heights. The Queens representatives here committing the infraction as shown by the sound of crashed cleats. As he stands over the ball, serves it toward Reyes. Reyes. Oh, that might have bounced off the extended arm of the Lion, the referee waving it away. Though from this angle, it almost appeared that it bounced off that right arm. Perhaps the referee didn't see it as intentional, more as an incidental handball. And with the half spin, he's unable to win the ball to himself. The wind's building up here as the sun continues to set. Currently 59 degrees Fahrenheit here. 58 actually, 51 it feels like apparently. As this one is shot, goalkeeper, easy basket catch. A quick shuffle on his goal line toward his own left-hand side. It's a shot on target. And in terms of offense, it really has been in Cambria Heights Lions show. Though that doesn't mean that Oakwood can't find a response. On the other hand, that's when they most surprise you, as this one is inside the penalty area, onside according to the assistant referee. And for now, it's an Oakwood ball. 11-mile-per-hour winds, gusts of up to 26, so it has died down from the previously 29-mile-per-hour gusts. Though not enough to make a huge difference. Throw-in for Oakwood Soccer Club. Oakwood, outside the penalty area, can't get past the back line of the Lions. Marking their territory well, Oakwood looking to respond on the hunt for a foul, and they do in fact draw it. As once again, the out-of-staters with a set-piece opportunity. And it would be hard to miss your target with these vibrant jerseys. This is what they need. Curled, still inside the penalty area. A dangerous moment, another opportunity, another chance. Outside the 18-yard box, goes down. Foul conceded by the Cambria Heights Lions. Can't argue against those. As we're about to approach the completion of the quarter-hour mark. This is a free kick from about 22 yards away from goal. So approximately a 22-yard free kick, and I'm surprised that the goalkeeper has only assembled a 2-man wall from this sort of distance. It's a lot closer than one would think. 3-man wall now, swerving! I'm not sure if the goalkeeper got a touch. He did! His right pinky coming to the rescue. Destined for the top corner. A solid save from Mario Brown, as there's a change in personnel for the Lions. Oakwood SC inches away from the opening goal. And so far, in this feature, the team that scores the opening goal ends up as the victor, as there's a loose ball still inside the 18-yard box, now outside that penalty area. A no-look service. And had he taken more time, that could have been a dangerous opportunity. And of course, there's no offside call here. He was in his own half. The Lions. Devin Smith, the target. And it doesn't connect with him. Reyes receives the pass. Reyes dispossessed. The back line of Oakwood doing its job. As solid as its namesake, or namesake tree more accurately, as Giovanni Kepseu nearly finds his way. We're about to approach the 17th minute here, so in other words, we're nearly halfway through the first half. No team so far breaking the scoreless deadlock, though the closest has arguably been, in terms of opportunity, Oakwood SC. But if we're looking in terms of quantity, then it's hard to argue against the Cambria Heights Lions, as that ball ping-ponged around, dancing past one opponent, sandwiched in between two, and somehow he was called the aggressor of that infraction. Thought it would have been the opposite. The referee saw otherwise. So free kick for Oakwood. As he looks for options, 5 members at the front line. The vanguard recovering the ball along the right flank. Though not for long, the Lions remain firm. Ball continues to ricochet around. A physical tussle for the ball. Referee observing it all, allowing play to resume. And surely now Mario Brown. Well, I thought he was going to receive the pass. It's a risky piece of play. 2 back-to-back risky passes. As Devin Smith inches his way past one. Another dangerous moment avoided by the Cambria Heights Lions, toying with the sphere whilst it's in their back line. Not too many teams are that confident in their own backfield. Though apparently the Cambria Heights Lions have no problem with that. No look pass, flick upward, flick into the enemy half, now into the enemy third. Controls it with his right foot, has one Oakwood player marking him. He escapes from him, crossing, it's still inside the penalty area, trying to concede first. No, Oakwood remains strong. Good clearance by the team in the bright uniform. As we're inching closer as well to the 20th minute, Mario Brown, the goalkeeper for Cambria Heights Lions, playing it toward the nearest defender. Henry Reyes of Oakwood SC trying to close down the space alongside several teammates, including Aditya Nataraj. The netminder in red for Oakwood, punting it away. Quick passes in the middle third. As the right wing momentarily exposed, the Oakwood is able to win itself a throw-in. Oakwood with the throw-in from defender to defender. Good clean plays and showing a little bit of pizzazz as well with that half spin. It's really been the technique of the day. More and more players are starting to do that half roulette technique that you once saw in the likes of Iniesta and Busquets. You could always argue that's always been a part of the game, but you can't help but realize that it was really those two players that popularized it to a degree. It's a very simple technique, but in its simplicity, it's always efficient. I'd also like to remind you that this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Cambria Heights Lions. Now in the final third, the attacking third, inside the penalty area. He chumps it back. It turns into a pass. That's altruistic. The goalkeeper well positioned regardless. It was a low shot. The goalkeeper well positioned. Another giveaway. These are dangerous spots in which Oakwood is losing the ball. And the referee, quick to indicate an infraction against the out-of-towners. Likewise, Game and Frame is offering all City Showcase Tournament participants player highlight recruitment reels to send to college coaches. Game and Frame makes the best player highlight reels nationwide and can work with any footage, including all AI cameras. Scan the QR code on your screen to start the process to maximizing your recruitment potential, or email info@gameinframe.com for more information. And this free kick is arguably closer than that of Oakwood earlier. 21 yards away! Nearly on target, he's offside anyway. The assistant referee with a good eye to detail. I believe that's the second time in which the Lions find themselves in that sort of spot. Loose ball after some goalkeeper or defender interference, and in trying to poach that goal, a line or two would find himself offside. All about awareness, all about positioning. Though these things could easily be mended, especially with a coaching chat. Less than 13 minutes away from the halftime whistle, still scoreless. Back-to-back-to-back fouls called against Oakwood. This ball being placed just about 10 yards, if not a little more, in front of the halfway line. So call this a free kick from perhaps 49 yards away from goal, who knows. Looking for an assist from that sort of scenario. It was never going to beat that Oakwood back line. Well, the player is slow to get up, and I believe that was Aditya Nataraj. Cambria Heights, through pass. He would have been offside anyway, according to the assistant referee. No personnel changes for now. Still the same all throughout. Down to the scoreline, in fact. The assistant referee indicating that it's not a goal kick, but instead a free kick. The goalkeeper not willing to take advantage of those extra 10 yards. Regardless, this one is a boomer, making its way close to the halfway line as the artificial floodlights on the highway right next to Icon Stadium and Field 10 here in Randall's Island are turned on. Headed forward by Oakwood. And the ball slips right under him. Strong first touch. A little bit risky to gain some space like that. But it could pay off here indirectly as Mario Brown raced off his goal line. And Oakwood SC retains possession, I believe. As we are now within the final 10 minutes of this first half. Free kick from about 2 yards away from the halfway line, still in the Oakwood half. A long service. Still bouncing around Oakwood as he controls with his torso, but ultimately loses the duel. Well, as indicated by the scoreboard for now, this has really been an even match all throughout. Though the Lions slowly chiseling away at the back line, haven't been able to capitalize. Meanwhile, Oakwood, taking its time with some slow build-ups, can suddenly change the pace with some lightning-fast counters. Two sides of the same coin, as this one is lobbed over the heads of various defenders, and even the head of the forward himself of the Cambria Heights Lions. Punted forward toward that far hand side of our angle, of our view here. Ball goes out of play in favor of Oakwood SC. Oakwood taking the throw in. Still hugging the touchline, lobbing it forward along that right wing as well. Mario Brown escapes from his 6-yard box to collect it on the edge of his own 18-yard box. Playing it laterally, dummy pass. And these Lions do love playing with fire. They do love putting on a show. If it wasn't for that magic hand waving over the ball, we could also consider that dummy pass in their own third. Exhibition Maestros, as he's onside, the goalkeeper has all the time in the world to recover that loose one. Sky high punt as well. Brought down by Daly. Tayshawn Daly. Dribbling past two with finesse, and he's shoved in the back. That could be a booking. Referee indicates advantage. He has to be onside. This could be an attacking opportunity. And too slow to react to what could have been a fruitful chance. The referee surprisingly not pulling out the yellow card, not blowing the whistle, allowing advantage to go on, although it was probably a bookable offense. Oakwood fighting for that ball, doing everything in its power, and eventually will be a throw-in, and the referee, well, he won't forget. He does issue a yellow card, deservedly. It was a needless shove in the back. As the mostly once pink skies here on this Good Friday evening have now been entirely replaced by a dark blue inside the penalty area. Oakwood. He went down momentarily, still up on his own 2 feet. Oh, he was sandwiched in between several defenders. The referee saw it as a clean challenge, so it will be a corner kick for Oakwood SC. Oakwood with a set piece, with a corner kick, and judging by his stance, this one will actually go short, in fact. Left-footed delivery toward that far post, not too far away. And that's a clearance that goes high, but hardly gains any distance. As he tries seal dribbling it, that one did bounce off his arm. The referee with no problem to call that infraction. Slips past the defender toward the Cambria Heights left-hand side. And that's a good tackle from behind. The striker dropping all the way back. As now Aditya Nataraj can momentarily take control. Cambria, or Cambria Heights more accurately. Still looking for an offensive response here. Still scoreless as Devin Smith unable to accelerate in time. We are within the final 4.5 minutes. Of course, in this first half. Both goalkeepers have had their moments. Although, it would be unfair to say that the Oakwood goalkeeper hasn't been more busy. That goes to show the Cambria Heights Lions offense. That being said, though, the Lions got away from what could have been a slippery situation. Mario Brown playing it toward the nearest defender from center back to fullback. Just a little over 3 minutes left in this first half. As the ball goes high, and surely the wind slightly affected the trajectory, the referee waving away any sort of foul. Oakwood, that could be a high kicking infraction. The assistant referee agrees as he took the shot anyway. And that shot made its way into the opposite side here of Manhattan, arguably. A long, long shot with a ton of power. Made its way past the highway, arguably. Though luckily for him, that shot can be taken back because Oakwood will have a free kick. This one will be a free kick from give or take 27 yards away from goal, judging from this angle. Shouldn't be too far away as he faces a 3-lion wall. 1 lion still on the ground as we await for the retrieval of the equipment. Time ticking by preciously. Again, this is a battle in the U19 Male Sky Group A that includes Oakwood, Cambria Heights, and Asphalt Green. As we finally see a ball onto the field. I should say tournament legal ball. He could swerve it, or he could serve it. This one swerving, but well over the bar. Not enough finesse to bring it down, but he did have the right idea. If you have that distance, you might as well punish the goalkeeper for it. Final minute of play here in the first half. Assuming there is no stoppage time. This one going long. Off the chest of a Cambria Heights forward. 30 seconds left. Cambria Heights from the left flank. Midfielder dropping it back toward the defender who has a lot of space, but with his first touch plays it toward the left back. And from left back to left midfielder, from left midfielder to left winger. That sudden change in formation perhaps stunning Oakwood SC. And it's impressive how quickly they can adapt, the Cambria Heights Lions players. But at the end, it's the resistance of Oakwood SC that allows this game to be a scoreless affair. Again, after the first set of 35 minutes here in Randall's Island, New York, it is Oakwood SC 0, Cambria Heights Lions 0. However, do stay tuned for some plays of the week, as well as halftime analysis and, naturally, the second half. You are watching the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game and Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
As the second half is underway, that was one of the shortest breaks I've ever witnessed, perhaps in Game and Frame history. But again, Cambria Heights Lions encounters Oakwood SC for another set of 35 minutes, the first of which was scoreless. So we'll see if the same could be said for the second half here, as Oakwood threatens the back line of Mario Brown and co. as the line chops it inward. Transition play now from the middle third into the offensive third, or so one would think, fooling his opponent, but also perhaps himself, and losing the ball. As the throw-in is taken, we also have to think about the keys to the game here, as the final set of 35 minutes for today's Game and Frame fixtures here with the City Showcase Tournament are previewed right to us. So for Oakwood SC, it's to start building that ambition into shot taking. Defensively, they've been solid, although they do have to be aware of the well-timed runs of the Cambria Heights Lions. So from one standpoint, that could be a key to watch, but it's ultimately goals that wins you games. And we haven't seen Mario Brown kept too busy aside from that one free kick save. So that's what they need to do, start adding numbers, start building up that ambition. You can't win the lottery without buying a ticket first, and that's the exact type of mentality that Oakwood SC needs. Need to push forward. Nobody marking that left-hand side as well. 1-1-2 could be deadly. Crossed. Cambria Heights playing with fire once again. That left-hand side of Oakwood SC was left completely open. One perfect cross, and that surely would have been 1-0. Although they have another chance at goal here with this corner kick. An outward swinger, right-footed, judging by his stance. No arms raised, serving it toward the back post! Oh! Oakwood! We were just talking about deadly crosses, and straight from the corner kick spot, it finds a head toward the bottom corner. Mario Brown, with his arms extended, had it been an inch closer, would have been a stop. Unfortunately for him, Oakwood SC, with a confident goal, an excellently headed one as well, well placed, great power, and a well-deserved lead, 1-0. And we were talking about that need for ambition, for aggression on the field from Oakwood. And it's currently on display here, the opening goal. And to those who are superstitious, or to those who believe in stats, so far today, the 3 teams who have scored the opening goals, in other words, South Bronx United U19, South Bronx United U17, South Bronx U19, they all scored the opening goals and they all won their matches. Oakwood SC looking to keep that streak alive as they have the ball outside the penalty area, but way too many touches allow the Cambria Heights Lions to recuperate the ball. Oakwood SC in need of more bang-bang plays. As he scans over his shoulder, looks for a foul from the assistant referee and from the referee. Both deny him. Although the lead referee signals advantage, he's onside. Mario Brown exits the 6-yard box. And this game has suddenly become even more alive. Cambria Heights Lions looking for a response to this 1-goal deficit, despite having registered more attempted shots in the first half. Unable to cut it inward. It's a throw-in for Oakwood SC. Meanwhile, I was going to say for Cambria Heights Lions, just to continue timing the runs well, but to stop playing in such a dangerous manner in your own third. And at the end, that's eventually what cost them this opening goal by Oakwood SC. In fact, the referee saying no foul. A tough decision there. Could have been a 50-50. Missed tackle. Escapes 2 with a croqueta touch. Unable to escape the third, however. Devin Smith. Smith driving it centrally, playing it laterally. Smith toward a nearby midfielder. Too many neon jerseys. Disorienting the line himself. Toward that left-hand side. Mario Brown can recover. So again, your keys to the game are as follows. For Oakwood SC, it's to implement a more aggressive style of play at the vanguard, taking more shots, adding more numbers as well, and to defensively be aware of the well-timed runs of the Cambria Heights Lions. Meanwhile, for the Lions themselves, their key to the game is to continue timing those runs well, as aforementioned. However, defensively, and perhaps most vitally here and appropriately, given that they've conceded first, it's to stop playing so dangerously with the ball in their own third. Even when off the ball, not well-positioned marking could result in another concession of goal as the assistant referee raises the flag for offside. That opening goal was destined for Oakwood, considering that the right winger who initially won the corner kick in the first place could have crossed it toward that left-hand side, in which he would have found a forward completely unmarked. However, it didn't come from that scenario. It came from the corner kick itself, once more proving that the ball doesn't lie. And that corner kick found a well-placed header, a well-timed one. Speaking of well-timed, an apt interception. As he adeptly dribbles, adeptly passes, has a chance. Mario Brown sweeping it away. As Mario Brown tries to reorganize his back line, shoved off the ball momentarily. And Oakwood SC wins itself a throw-in. Launched short, sent inside, the Lions clearing it away. Oakwood. Driving it down that left-hand side, Mario Brown has all the time in the world to collect it. And of course, tomorrow we will have more City Showcase Tournament action as South Bronx United encounters Vistula at 10:25 a.m. in a girls U19 bout. Likewise, South Bronx United 08 squad encounters Revolution United 08 squad at 11:50 a.m. in a U17 male competition. Likewise, in a U19 male competition at 1:15 p.m., Triborough challenges South Bronx United's 0607 squad. And last but certainly not least, in a U17 female encounter, Gotchi takes on Asphalt Green at 2:40 p.m. Of course, all these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. And while you're at it, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. As there's a change in set piece taker. 4 striped jerseys inside the penalty area, but at the end it only finds one red jersey, that one belonging to the goalkeeper, who catapults it toward his left-hand side. And winning himself a foul with an elastic touch, Oakwood SC wastes no time with the free kick, as he is onside, well-timed run, likewise solid defending from Cambria Heights. About 25 minutes remain here, a little more. Free kick for Oakwood SC, who now have 3 neon jerseys inside the penalty area as he fakes the first run, plays it short, looking for some space before the cross itself. With one move, beats one defender, but not the second. Ball continues to bounce around. There could be a handball. Oakwood SC complaining about the handball, and rightfully so. His right arm was extended. It was not in a natural position. There is a lion down on the ground. And perhaps Cambria Heights just got away with a penalty. As the lion still face down. That easily could have been a penalty for any other referee. We have already seen 2 penalties today, in fact, in this quadruple header. As he's back up on his own 2 feet, to the applause of the crowd. And in the meanwhile, as we await for the referee to institute this drop ball, I'd like to remind you that this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so do scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. However, what wasn't clean right there was the tackle by the Oakwood player. Sliding in a little late and getting a piece of the man himself. As the assistant referee and lead referee chat a bit, making sure they're on the right page, the Cambria Heights Lions, with the free kick in the enemy half, about 10 to 15 yards away from the halfway line. Let's call it 13 to make it even, more or less. This one Connecting with the line, connecting with two in fact. He's onside according to the assistant referee. Crossing it, still inside the 18-yard box, launching it, barely wide. Scary moment for Oakwood. Though once more the Lions unable to fully sink their claws. Oakwood trying to retain possession, but it's going to be tough against this Lions team that consistently finds a way to beat the offside trap, as there's a Lion down on the ground toward that left-hand side. As he keeps holding his left leg. And hopefully it's nothing serious. Although he's still writhing. As he's helped by his teammate and told by the referee to exit the field of play for now. He was helped by Ricardo Spencer. As he hops and limps toward the touchline, and now eventually beyond it. It could have been how he landed. It's hard to confirm what really made him writhe in so much pain. I could only imagine was the landing. As for now, the Cambria Heights Lions with a free kick from about 25 yards away from goal. Unable to beat the barrier, Oakwood SC doing its homework. For now, clamping down that right-hand side of Cambria Heights, conceding the corner kick in the process. We've already seen one goal in this match, the only goal so far, scored from a corner kick situation. Cambria Heights Lions with an offensive chance on the edge of the box itself. Unable to fully control it, Oakwood with a good piece of defending, though not out of the woods yet. The Lions, representing the concrete jungle in this affair, switching sides, has space, has time, has the power, but not necessarily the accuracy. Goes well out of play as Oakwood will get yet another goal kick. Less than 20 minutes remain. Here. Only one goal separates these two. It's been a neck and neck affair. And a header from a corner kick being the deciding factor at this moment. Cambria Heights Lions, Devin Smith. Devin Smith, it bounces off the chest of his teammate. Dropping it back. The squad in the striped kit. Winning itself some space, Oakwood. Quick to close down those extra inches and extra yards. And with the back heel chop, not so bad, not so shabby. Very clear foul. Natarash can launch this one. He does, bouncing off the heel of a Lion. Ball still in play. Down the middle it goes into the opposition's half, whiffing the clearance at first. Offside, according to the assistant referee. The striker nearly making contact with the goalkeeper himself, and a good sign of sportsmanship there as the two give each other a recognition with a sort of high five. Or low five, I suppose. Free kick taken by Oakwood. And this could transition beautifully from defense to offense. Shielded off the ball, the goalkeeper suddenly decided to turn himself into an extra midfielder. And we were talking about how this team likes to play as an exhibition. In other words, as a spectacle. Even the goalkeeper gets involved. Oakwood playing down the middle. No foul, says the referee. Getting himself some space, looking for some help, looking for some reinforcement. That left-hand side once more vulnerable. All it takes is one well-placed cross. And that well-placed cross could come from a corner kick for the second time in this match. As Oakwood assembles a party of, for now, 3 toward that back post. As he won't be the set piece taker in this scenario. Readjusting the ball itself for this service, right-footed, outward. Swinging it once more toward that back post. Unable to connect with the head this time. Oakwood still in the driver's seat. He's onside, very observant. That tackle doing just enough to stall the offense of Oakwood as it bounces off the chest of a Lion. Referee signaling for advantage after the handball committed by Oakwood. The goalkeeper doing his job as well defensively, although not as showy as Mario Brown, admittedly. Doing a goalkeeper's job first, defending his goal, sweeping it away. As the referee has apparently blown the whistle for full time, and just like that, Oakwood gets the lion's share in reality, 3 points from the Cambria Heights representatives themselves. The referee's wasting no time when it comes to scheduling. No funny business, according to the arbitration staff. And just like that, a well-fought fixture here, in which one could have felt that there was room for more. But for now, it ends as so. Oakwood SE, thanks to a corner kick service, gets the 1-0 win over the Cambria Heights Lions. However, do stay tuned for some post-match action. And again, behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall. I have been Sean Cabrera, and you are watching the City Showcase Tournament on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University, and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards, so I know that they're together, and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings, and it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game and Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Live from the Big Apple itself, it's Oakwood SC that emerges victorious 1-0 versus the Cambria Heights Lions. Alongside me is the goal scorer himself, the decider of the fate for Oakwood today. It's Aditya Nataraj. So Aditya, talk to me about the sensations when you saw that ball end up in the back of the net from that header.
Well, I just couldn't wait. We came back from a tough loss last game. We knew we'd have to bounce back this game. So what I saw in the air, I just really jumped up, scored, and it was an exhilarating feeling, especially the first goal of the game. It was a great feeling.
An excellent delivery, an even better finish given that your powerful header made its way right into the bottom corner, trickling past Mario Brown. But let's also talk about the team mentality. You guys went from absorbing the pressure in the first half to delivering, returning the favor in the second. What changed in that 2-minute halftime break?
Well, the coach really just talked about fighting hard. You know, we were tired from coming back from the last game, but we knew we would push it back through. He really just talked about fighting through, making good passes through the field, and really just fighting. So I think that 2-minute half really just brought it through, got focused, and we got it done. Yep.
And clearly, you guys got it done. Again, the collection of 3 points belonging to Oakwood SC. So Aditya, congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall. I have been Sean Cabrera. And again, Oakwood SC defeats its Cambria Heights Lions foes 1-0 here on this Randall's Islands ground. However, that being said, there will be more City Showcase tournament action tomorrow. So do make sure to keep an eye out for that. But in the meanwhile, again, you have been watching on Game and Frame the City Showcase Tournament right here. Thank you very much and have a good night.